Hello everyone, how we all doing? How's it going? Paya, my friend, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. How's things been? How's things been with you? Right, I'm just gonna get the chat open on my phone. So, last stream we finished up the rendering. Wahoo! So we've got this flexible SDF renderer, which is, you did pay the price in performance, but it's not. We've tried to optimize it as much as possible, and it's good enough, I reckon. So we're going to actually start making some UI today, and rather than like a tech demo for rendering SDFs and that. But yeah, so right, yeah, trying to sell trying to sell two houses as we're buying my dad's house. Nice, sweet. Is it? So I guess you got two small houses, and your dad's got a nice bigger one. With like a nice big back garden or something. Yeah, man, it's proper sweet. It's proper flexible. That's the whole reason why we've done it, is so you can construct different shapes, and essentially it means that you could essentially build, like, you can have some fun. You can sort of like maybe make a button that gets some bytes taken out of it. You can build some weird shapes. You can clip things in weird ways with different clipping shapes. It's all anti-alias and dynamic, basically. So in the future we might build a UI so you can like edit these things into the game, but for now it's just going to be programmed in, which isn't too bad. Basically nearer the water. Oh, okay, fair play. Yeah, maybe saying you was a big fan of the was it diving was it? Hey there, Egotist, thank you so much for the support again, the sub as well. Appreciate it, sir. Welcome back. How you doing? So what we work on today is basically an immediate mode UI. So we've already put things in this file, right? But that's just been the drawing API. So this is all ready to go. And we have the ability to get the stuff to pass to the renderer. But we now want to add like widgets, basically, and stuff like this, right? So widgets, and then you probably want to have some rectangle functions, which we get to in a minute. Doing all right? How's your day going? Yeah, day's going pretty good. Just been to church and went around my parents. Basically, we had a roast on my brother and his girlfriend, and just yeah, so it's been pretty chill. Just seeing lots of family this weekend. But yeah. So the idea, we've got to find a place where to dump this stuff. I think we'll just do it in main, put everything in the main function. So we'll just play around. Because we've got like the UI, we're gonna have a UI system, but then you kind of want to put the UI of the game in a different file, really, right? It's a bit like having GPU and then the graphics, right? GPU is the abstraction on top of Vulkan and everything, and GFX is the actual graphics for the game. So I might have UI and GUI, maybe. I don't know. No, it'd be weird. That'd be weird. We'll think about it. We'll think about these names. But for now, we'll just dump it in here. So yeah, so UI frame initialize, we call this guy. So in here, we'll just do all the test code. Hey, not so red. How's things? Things going good, man. Things going good. How about you? How's things going? So essentially with like immediate mode UIs, basically you have like widgets on the screen, and instead of like making like a button object or a widget object, whatever way you sort of do this, right? And then construct this thing once. You say a new button in some languages, right? You do this sort of thing. But you have like a create function that creates your widget tree. and then you would sort of like it's very like the system updates these widgets and everything, and you can, yeah, the state is, anyway, it's yeah, this is known as like a retain mode UI, basically, where you have a create function that creates all of it, and then you basically can keep these buttons, you know, it may be some form of like update function. You might say, you might want to change the states. You might say button color is now red or something. I don't know. So rather than having objects that you're sort of dealing with, instead with immediate mode, you essentially just, you basically go over every visible item and you run the code. So essentially you can basically say like UI button and yeah, so you can essentially say like UI button, and you can maybe put some text in here and say this is the button. Oh, okay, a button. And you essentially like construct the widget every time you want to update it or check. And you can maybe have, you know, say like was clicked or something like that, or widget clicked. So if the widget was clicked, and you basically mix the logic of the, and this checks if the last widget was clicked or something, or maybe you return it, right? It all depends on how you're going to structure this thing. And you basically can mix logic right next to where you're building the layout of the user interface, and it's proper handy just to sort of be able to build UI this way. And it's very easy to build the implementation under the hood as well. So color theme organ, not quite, but yeah, I got the theme dotted about if you want to take a look at it. Something like that. Awesome, good to hear, not so red, good to hear. So what we want to do is just get some widgets working, basically. But yeah, another thing as well, like user interfaces, usually you have this thing known as like a layout system, like a row layout or a column layout and stuff like this. And usually that's sort of inside the UI system, and you maybe sort of construct maybe some form of like row layout thing, and then like everything is inside, like this is all inside of a row layout in here or something, right? And the whole way to lay this out is all inside the all inside the UI system itself, and the user can't really control exactly where the button goes. But so that means the complication goes inside the system, and if the user ever wants to take control and just do a little quick hack or change something, they don't really have that control. So what we're going to be using to do layouts instead is this thing called reccut. Yeah, this one. So essentially the whole idea is you just give the UI system rectangles, and that's where the widget goes, right? So you have full control. And the whole idea is you can essentially build columns and row layouts out of this system. You can think things would be left aligned, right aligned very easily, because you can literally just say, right, here's this box, cut the left by 16, cut the left by 16, and you get those. And then you can just say cut right, and it just does that. So the layout just gets mutated and keeps the remaining, like you know, when you say cut left, the layout gets the rest of it on the right, you know. And you can build layouts super quick and super easy in the user code itself. So the UI system can be very simple and not have to deal with this sort of different layout systems, right? Have I programmed in assembly? No, not really. I can read assembly. I've done some things where I've built like a little virtual machine with a custom assembler, just to sort of learn assembly and know what it is. But I can read assembly basically. I'm a bit slow at it, but you know, I can get by with that. So essentially what we want to start off with is just getting like this lovely little system in. So we'll just basically do something like this, right? So, you know, the problem with min-max is that when you update positions, you have to update all of the variables. But it means that it makes some aspects of it easier. I think we'll keep with the min-max one. So we'll say min-max. We've got our vector 2s here. Easy peasy. So UI rectangle, kabam, right? So I have all the lovely functions in here. So I have done this thing before, but yeah, we'll just be doing something like this. So we'll just say, but we'll have something a little bit more. So we'll say like cut left, UI rect. Amount. Oh, of course, I got my C++ brain on. Give me a sec. Oi, 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 Downsy boy, how's it going? How you been? It's been a while. How far are you into the Spivvy project? Completed it, mate. So we actually use it for this project. So we've been doing some shader code. We've got a 2D renderer now. So that's what we've been doing for a UI renderer, right? We've got tile binning, chunk binning, UI rendering, all with structures that are shareable between CPU and GPU. So you can it's all C code basically. We've if-def this out because it's shader specific code, but we've got all our shader code written in C. We can share functions and structures and yeah, it's pretty good. So hey RCT, have I read the Ryan Fleury UI blogs post? I haven't read those specifically, mainly because I sort of was hanging around in the Handmade Network Discord when Ryan sort of spoke about a lot of the stuff that he's already spoke about, and I struggle reading like long text, you know. So it's just not really beneficial for me to read it because he's already dumped all of his, thoughts on it in there, and he has got some good thoughts on the stuff, and we'll be using some of his thoughts, which I'll point out when I come across them. But yeah, all this sort of shader code written in C, basically using that SPV project. So there's the tile binning, here's the chunk binning where we bin our commands into these bins. So it makes it easier for the final shader to sort of pick out a small subset of draw commands it needs to render for that pixel and just iterate over those rather than iterating over every single one on the screen like it was doing before. Yeah, I hope to do a good video on that because we spent like 14 streams on it. So I think we'll I'll do a YouTube video on it. It'll be proper cool. So left, yeah, left bottom, right up, man. Right. So another one I want to extend to make this even better, because I only talk about left, right, up, down, and these aren't really compatible with the same interface though, but they're still decent. So basically you want to be able to cut, center, horizontal, and vertical. So this will allow you to take a box, Milton term. So you have a box and you won't be able to return a rectangle out, right? So if you have like a box and you want to go, oh yeah, can I center this thing? So can I cut this thing up and have a centered thing that's maybe 500 pixels wide, and you'll get 500 pixels back and it'll be centered, and these two edges will just be discarded. And it's very useful for doing maybe like title screens and stuff like that, just being able to cut things up centered. And yeah, like, so we want to have something like that. It's not compatible though with. So you want to take something in and you get something out. So these will probably just be inlined. So they won't take it in as pointer because it doesn't modify it, right? We could obviously do like a const pointer, but I don't know about that one. Yeah, but then it makes... No, let's just make it modify that one, because you want it to lose that, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Right, so let's implement these boys. Let's go into the C file. What am I doing? UI, C. What type of game is it going to be? I haven't decided on that yet, because we're building like the core part of the... We're building the core part of the game's engine, right? I know I'm building a game without an engine, but you know what I mean. We're building at that core part. And I would rather have something ready so I can prototype with and have some graphics. So we're taking more of like a graphics oriented approach where we're going to be doing some sort of like kind of niche rendering, 3D rendering stuff. So I want to iterate on that before we actually decide on what the game is, right? That's the basic idea. Right, let's see where that header's coming from now. Minecraft 2? No, that's not unique. That's not or niche anymore, right? But yeah, like as soon as we're done with the UI, and you know, we basically have the ability to just drop down stuff. Because the thing is, I want to build an editor, and we've got to make sure this is good with controllers, right? Because we want to make sure we can use a game because we spent time in gamepad support. Let's make sure this UI works well with these gamepads, you know. So I want to be able to effectively make some editors that allows us to yeah. Because the graphic, we're not basically using triangles. So how we're going to build our 3D stuff, we'll need an editor, right? So we'll be doing all of that. What is this? Rec min.y max rec min.x. Cool, then let's return that. So we mutate this. So we cut on the left, so we need to mutate this with the min. And the amount. Whoa. Very good. Sponsor when? Nah, sponsor's too mainstream, man. That's what every graphics dev does, you know. Hey, glorious sir, how you doing? I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Finally finished up with the UI renderer, so now we get to use it. Get to smash it, doing a nice simple UI. You know, gonna keep it simple. Gonna have something achievable. You know, I'm not gonna build a custom scripting language. I'm not gonna build a custom layout system or layout language, right? You know, it's gonna be nice and simple. Get what I mean? So we're just gonna get in some nice primitives, which should have basically everywhere. Obviously everything has buttons, right? You know, able to lay things out. That sort of thing. Right. A doctor simulator with surgeons would be fun. Voice acted photogrammetry textures of organs. Yeah, getting hold of those organs would be probably quite difficult, right? So I might pass on that idea. But yeah, you have Surgeon Simulator, right? Well, what about that game? Shoot, I did the wrong way around. That's cut right. Oh yeah, I just copy pasted it, that's fine. Right, so this is the top one, bottom. Right, what does bottom want? And also, who uses float? So we want max y. And we modify max y to be min y. Take them out. Beautiful. See, we might have to swap those the other way around because this might be top right. We might have to swap the top and bottoms around because our origin is bottom left, right? So min x max y. Max x max y. Fantastic. Oh, that's sorted all out. Final one from the website, and then we can just do the other one custom. And this will be it. This is basically the layout system all done. So it's pretty sweet. Very minimal. Let's take this to modify. Gotta double check we got these right. Yeah, we'll double check them in a minute. Neat UI idea, I love it. Yeah, man. Lots of inspiration from how other people have put theirs together, just little bits from different places, you know. Which is great. So we need to do min y. Min y, then we're copying this line. Min 32, yeah, I think I might have got that a little bit wrong, the other one. Not to worry. Huh. It's kind of weird with their code. They've done max.y, but they've done min.y like that. Because they've laid it out like this. So they've obviously got vector types in their library and they forgot to comment that out. You know, or in their code. Too used to saying library like I use libraries. Who uses libraries? Right, and the final one is this line here, so it's min.x. Min.y. Oh. this min y. Rect max.x min.y. Fantastic. Saved me using brain cells. Right. So we've got to double check they're correct, and then I might have to swap the top and bottom around the other way because they're properly flipped. It's probably designed for top left. Oh no, it won't. Yeah, it's got min and max terminology, so probably. Right, so let's just double check these are all good. And then we'll carry on. So the left is min x, yeah, min y, min x, max y. Fantastic with a min there. Good. Bottom. So, right, so the bottom is max y equal the max of min y, max y take a. Min y, max y, take a, max, fantastic. Then it's min x, max y, max x. Min x, max y, max x, max y. Boom. Right. Literally the right is min x, or max x. Modify max x with max of min x, and max x would take y. Cool. Yeah, save them for debugging later when you got burn all your brain cells thinking like, what is going on? I saw a chart that said Lua is 50 times slower than C. It seems like a bad idea to use it. Yeah, lots of people do. Well, it depends, right? You just might like Lua. I'm of the camp of I don't see how another language provides a benefit more it provides you know, complication of understanding the two different languages, and also you've got to provide interface code between the two. You know, the only benefit is, now I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but I go back and watch this video and you know it's probably due, but you've basically got the guy who made Crash Bandicoot dev interview, and you know, yeah, this one, legendary. You think that there's a full video. Yeah, you have to watch the full video because if you're into game, anyway, this guy's a legend, and basically, he is a big fan of like Lisp and all of that, and to make it so he could fit Crash Bandicoot on the console, he basically wanted to like get more code loaded into RAM, and you know, so there wasn't a lot of space for all of the code for the whole game, so he would stream in some Lisp code that did the game logic, but anyway, it was, there's lots of really interesting ideas, and he'd sort of discovered when, you know, because you have to think this is like probably like really early internet or before the internet, and it's really impressive stuff. But yeah, he's a really big fan of Lisp, and what's funny is later on Naughty Dog actually made more and more of their games in Lisp, despite it being one of those sort of slow languages. So I think like Jak and Daxter got, you know, made with more Lisp, and then Jak 2 was made with even more Lisp, you know, more of the engine and everything was made with it, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, I guess things like LuaU and other community script stuff as well. Yes, things about LuaU, it's basically like TypeScript but for Lua. It's type safe, right? Which is good, right? Because, you know, I think that there's a very subset of people who would say, you know, having a language which is dynamically typed is better, but I cannot see the arguments, you know, at all, because you can capture problems at compile time, right? So, but the thing is, there's also another project, right, which is LuaJIT, and I think LuaU is kind of jitted, right? LuaU is jitted. I think it's jittered. So this is obviously faster than standard Lua, but you know, people like to compare Lua JIT, right, which is another project, with C, and they do a very simple case, and they go, see, it's basically the same performance. But then you know, any C programmer who sort of knows how you optimize things first is you optimize for memory layout, right? And the Lua stuff is not laid out in, you know, you don't deal with that at all. So obviously, you know, you're going to be getting worse performance, right? You don't have the control, so you just are getting worse performance. There's no way about it. With simple maths tests, of course it's going to be just as fast, right? Yeah. Right, I'm gonna switch the light on because I'm probably disappearing. I'm no longer a ghost. Right, so cutting to the right. No, we didn't do this one. Good. Maybe we did this one already, but let's just double check it. It's a max, and then a max x, min y, max x, y. Fantastic. Final one is the top one, is a min y, and we're modifying min y with a min. It's top, yeah? Top. Modify with a min, max, min y plus a. Yep. So we'll probably have to swap these, but we'll just deal with that in a sec. Min y, or min x, min y, max x, and a min y. Fantastic. Right. These are all good. So let's just quickly figure out what this one does, and we might have to swap it the other way around. So let's get Milton out again. We've got ourselves a box, right, which is basically UI in a nutshell, just boxes everywhere. So if you have so our min is here, right, lower left, right, whereas some people have it up here, right? So ours is down here. So when you say, hey, take the max y, and then we're going to say, so the max y, this thing up here, max, yeah, I think it's definitely the wrong way around, right? Max it with the min y, so this bottom part, and max take away the amount. So if it obviously goes over the edge, then this, you know, just clamps out. So we're going to get an inside out box. Okay, so we've obviously just got to swap these two around, and then jobs are good. So there we go. Logic. Cool. No, this project is Milton. You can get it for Windows, but it runs in Wine, and yeah, it's just pretty good drawing app just for visualizing stuff, especially when I'm streaming and stuff. Just to yeah, there's a case where Logic can inline stuff dynamically and be fast in C, but it's meaningless. Benchmarking JIT is actually hard, or Logic is actually quite deterministically. I think I've had some fun. Get some good. I didn't realize they could do some little. Oh no, of course they can because it's JIT. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool, that's interesting. So the cut horizontal one, this one's a little fun one, right? We're doing it. It's different. It's different. It's a little custom thing we're doing. So the idea is that you basically want to comprise it of. Yes, you want to measure the distance. So you say like diff. So yeah, diff of vector, right, which is literally sub f30 equals 2 rect max take min. There's your diff across the x and y, and then what you want to do is min it, right? So then you say do you want to so the amount is how much that you want. No, yeah, no, okay. And then you say min s because it's a scalar. So a scalar goes in here. So right, just a f32, you know. Cool. So there's your difference. So now what we can do is use that. So this is cut horizontal. I just realized. So we can actually not do it vectorized anymore. Ta-da! Okay. Right. So you get your little min. Ta-da! And you're just gonna construct this new one, and it's gonna be min. So you want to get like diff. Right. Take away amount divided by 2 probably. So this is how much you're shifting it by or whatever. So I guess you just say like shrink size. So you're doing. Oh yeah. Is that right? So say if you have something that's 500, a box that's 500, you want to say 200 in the middle. So you do. So you 500 take 200, that's 300 left, and then you're dividing that by 2 so you can offset it by 300 or 150 on each side. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're offsetting by shrink by. And then that's min y, max x, take away shrink by. And then rectangle max y. Fantastic. So now, oh, it's not returning, is it? So then all we have to do is mutate min x plus equal shrink by, and it just becomes even easier. Minus equal shrink by. Right, so take that, put it in here, and we just change all the x's for y's, right? Jobs are gooden. Cool, so that's the layout system all done. So we can just basically, from user code, produce rectangles and give that to the UI system. The UI system doesn't have any complicated way of calculating layouts. The user controls everything. So if the user wants to move a rectangle magically over the screen for some reason, they can do that. It doesn't have to interfere with how the UI works under the hood in any way. And the way to and you can also do horizontal, you can do column layouts and row layouts super easily, and just construct UI with just a few cuts. You can align stuff to the left, align stuff to the bottom. You know, super easy. Love this thing. I'll drop it in the chat again just in case people are interested in having a read on that thing. So, right. So that's this thing here complete. So hit compile. Whoa, compiles. So the next thing to do is some widgets. So we want to have some form of base widget. Widget start probably is a good idea. We'll think about some parameters. Just widget start, widget end. But let's just get a couple in here, right? We'll have box. I think we'll return a boolean. Ooh, might return an enum in this case. Is there much difference between divide by 2 and 0.5? So a good compiler is going to automatically convert -2 with multiply, and 1 divided by that. Yeah, 1 divided by 2. They're gonna, they're gonna do that automatically. It's just more readable. It's less cryptic. Compilers are good nowadays. Compilers are really good nowadays. For GPU code, there might be a bad compiler. I don't know. The thing is about GPU code is everyone is so lazy about making compilers nowadays. They just use LLVM. So AMD's driver uses LLVM, right? Nvidia's driver probably uses LLVM under the hood, like pretty much guaranteed. You've seen talks from Nintendo saying they use LLVM for their thing. So I'm thinking like all these guys use it, so that means they pretty much get good optimizations, at least for those high level things. They basically a GPU compiler needs to be able to inline everything anyway, so you get all these crazy optimizations that can run on your code. Yeah, they tend to be quite good because they have to allocate registers and stuff, depending on the context, which really impacts on how you can do performance optimizations. Yeah, see all these companies use it. Yeah, so it's really good nowadays, basically. Like, as soon as Vulkan came out, it was all good. Hey, this is Silvercore, how you doing? But the thing that still sucked is the languages on top of it all. We just kept the legacy crap. And we decided to add more languages to the mix. So you get some big transpiling goodness all on the top end. Complete garbage. Right, so I also want to have like a box. So I think the way this thing is going to work, right? The box could be the most primitive thing, but the widget is, because the box will actually render something, whereas the widget will not render anything. Everything is basically a box. And then we'll do button. So these ones we're going to focus on today, and hopefully we get more done, right? So there's no button start, but there'll be multiple buttons. There'll be button text, button image, and then button image text, right? So you can sort of have a little image in there, and maybe you could do button start, button end actually. Or let's have all of the bells and whistles. But maybe I don't know, because it's just a specific thing for this game. But anyway. Function C, what's your criteria for taking pointer versus... It's kind of difficult, really. Like, the way that I see it is everything just gets inline nowadays anyway. So if your function on the other end is very small, like literally talking about like 2 lines or whatever, so it's basically guaranteed to get inlined automatically. Taking it by value, even if it is a structure, isn't that bad, but you should really take it by a pointer, right? When you return structures, these are also passed back on the stack as well. These structures, because you don't fit that in a register, basically. So yeah, if it's a structure, you should basically pass it via, unless it's like a single value. Yeah, always pass it by pointer. C++ 14 is the same choice by Metal Team if Metal wasn't opposed to Objective-C. Yeah. WGSL, oh my days. That thing is an abomination. But yeah, it is called them doing C++ 14. You can share code. That's all you ever want. But then again, they have what is it? Swift and Objective-C. So you can't really share code you can share the C part, I guess, if you still had an Objective-C app. But still. Crazy. Right, so there's a few things that you need to sort out. So we need to pass in some form of like an ID, because the way we're going to be keeping track of things being clicked in immediate mode UIs is you need to uniquely identify something, because the structure of because there's no physical memory address where something lives. It's all like it all doesn't exist, especially in this one. This is a pure IMGUI thing that we're doing. So we need to have, let's do a core section or something. We essentially need to have some form of ID system. So we'll do like a U32 and we'll call it like UI ID. And then we'll probably hash it all together. So we'll have like a UI ID hash. So we might have like an ID stack or something. We'll see about this. So essentially this is the thing you pass in. So typically you just pass in the line number. So yeah, typically you just pass in the line number basically, unless you're in a for loop. So, and then we want to pass in a rectangle because the layout the layout is always done by the. So if we pass by value, it's going to be pretty. What would we put on the stack, wouldn't it? I don't know. But then we can't do these lovely. Yeah, I want to avoid allowing people to do that, so maybe this is fine. We'll see. We shall see. Right, what's the next thing? So pass by pointer. So there's another thing we want to do as well is I think we want to have the ability to pass in some form of like flags. So type def U8 is probably enough. Or maybe not. Nah, screw it. We can always up it. So there'll be some flags that we pass in, basically. And this gets to, and then we'll get into this in a bit. I don't think there's much more. And let me just end the widget. Right, so we probably want to have two versions of this. We probably want to have one where it's just called, so one where you pass in an explicit ID, and the other one has an implicit line number. So how do you do that? Well, it's gotta be a macro, guys, I'm sorry. So I got slightly worse errors probably, but it makes the thing a lot easier. So you can just do something like that, right? Swift, you mean slow? Haha. Well, yeah, they've actually got, you know, it's not garbage collected. So they use like atomic, wait, what's it called? Automatic reference counting. You know, so it's better than GC, right? It's kind of cool for scripting languages, you know. So, but yeah, it's still, yeah. They do lots of silly stuff in that language though. There's a reason in is that you can still write C headers, which is digestible by Objective-C in Apple Swift. Oh, okay. Do you do the build every frame, prune widgets, and hierarchy? No, so we're not doing a retain mode behind the scenes. We're doing like a pure IMGUI. So it kind of be like the IMGUI in a way, but it won't be as complicated because we're not doing the layout inside the system. Our system is going to be dumb, right? It's going to be the most dumb thing ever. So all of the control is given to the user. And we're trying to make the API nice as well. That's the plan. So it's probably the same thing, but without the flags. So you just pass in the rectangle, and just draws you a box. So it returns a boolean. So this boolean, so I think we want to. So the boolean that we want to return. So this is like some self-documenting thing, really. So we're just doing enum. And this is going to be UI widget. It is kind of a boolean, but widget visible. So Is it visible or not visible? So not visible, visible, something like that maybe. Yeah. So we'll shorthand it. Because you can't forward declare enums for some reason, even though they're basically all integers. Because it could be unsigned or signed. A bit annoying. So we'll always return this, which allows us to put an if statement around it basically. So this is just a self-document, so I don't have to put a comment by it. And say, returns true if visible, right? Just helps with that, If you had to implement networking, would you use a library for portability? No, I would use the operating system for portability, but there is a library called ZNet, which already does the... So what I would do is probably take a look to see how is it ZNet or ZNet? See, there's two of these guys, and I don't know. Is this the one where it gives you more stuff? Yeah, this is. Right. ZNet is the one. Days. Has it disappeared now? It better not have. There's a list. So this is another useful resource. It's got a bunch of single header libs you can just go and look at for all sorts of things. I typically go here when I want to figure out stuff. Right, Z_net, this one. So this is simply a wrapper over the whole socket stuff. It does TCP and UDP, which is the one you basically want, right? UDP, and it's like 400 lines or whatever. That's 500, right? Does Linux and Windows, and here's all the functions here. I would take something like this and just have your own layer. I think the error handling is not good on this one. When I did it in the past, I basically made the error handling return an enum rather than a string. But other than that, it's pretty solid. That is the abstraction you want basically. Use something like that. You have to be aware of all what you're passing into it, like the be aware of how big your packets need to be in all of this, the low level stuff. But yeah, learn all that stuff and go full ham. Basically the BSP socket thing. That's right. Yeah, it's just if defs basically, just something like that. Welcome back, Cranston. How you doing? Rightio. Looking good. So we'll just do the one for the button now. You know what? Let's do this. We'll save it for later, right? We can let's get stuff working. So let's bring these boys in. Okay, so basically this one is just going to return obviously UI widget start ID rectangle and then some flags. The flags it's going to pass in is none, right? So UI widget flags none equals 0x0. Ta-da! They'll just pass in no flags. This one is just going to do widget end. Okay. Things are good. Nice to catch you streaming. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Right. So, the idea of what we want to do about how we want to design the UI system is we want to there's a lot of like shared logic, right? You know, you have buttons, you have checkboxes, you have radio buttons. They all have similar sort of logic, and you end up re-implementing the same logic in the same or in different widgets, basically. So the idea is the widget it basically handles all of the different logic in here and use the flags to control that logic. So I think this comes from I got this from Mr. Ryan Fleury's blog. Well, not really from his blog, but when he was talking about it on the Handmade Network Discord. So it's quite decent because you can sort of like basically make your widget do a lot of things and just turn on the sort of the different behaviors basically. So I've got the code written up in a previous thing, so I might go and take that when we need it. Yep. So we need another enum, I think. So there's another thing. I'm not sure where I got this one from though. This idea. It's probably from some other library somewhere else. Alright, so we've got like a focus state or something. Yeah, so we need this. Right. So we need this guy here, this focus state. So I don't know where this thing came from. But it's from something. Right. So this is some other past thing I've tried to do. Let's just give this a little rename. Right, let's drop the hero off the beginning. Right. So UI focus states. The idea with this is when you have like a button, you can query this state back, which is very useful. So we'll probably take this into the sort of like shared area or core area or something. So I think we can stick this here. So you'll be able to query this state back. UI focus state. So you just say let UI focus. Gets the focus state of the previous widget. So we'll get that from some global space somewhere. So if you have like a button, you know, you can make your button behave differently. Maybe you want your button to do something when you hover over it. Maybe you want your button to do something when you hold it down. Like do something differently. Maybe it sort of like starts shooting particles everywhere for some reason. You want to give that control to the user and they can just do whatever they want. So yeah, we're having this thing here. So I need that focus state thing because that's going to help us do some logic. What else do we need? So we need these things here. Yeah, so bear in mind this code that I'm taking it from is from a different approach. This one has a lot of the complication inside the UI library. So we're not using a lot of that code basically. We're just taking the things which gel with this sort of approach. So there's one, so is focusable. So can this thing be focused? So obviously a button can be focused, but a box, it's just a background thingy, right? It's just a container. You don't want to focus that. You know, is it pressable? So that's like a button where you sort of compress it in. Whereas, and then there's selectable, that's more of like a radio button, and toggleable is like a checkbox, right? So these are sort of behaviors that you can boil it down to and have some shared logic, which is literally just a couple of if statements. Well, okay, yeah, it's a few, you know, trees of if statements basically, and it makes stuff a lot more simple. So let's start this boy off. So we need to do something with this ID in a bit, but we'll save that for the button, I think. So we'll just ignore the ID for now. So core unused ID. The next thing is the rectangle. So we need to probably have some form of clipping, I imagine. But we'll think about that one. So maybe we won't bother doing anything with the rectangle just yet. But the flags is what we're going to be doing stuff with. So let's go and into the previous code base code and figure out some things. Oh, we might need a widget state as well. So a widget state is something like, yeah, this one's essential. So a widget state is obviously like, you know, something is just the default state, or its focus is active, or it's disabled. This is useful. Wait, why is this useful? Do we need to know about this? You might need to know about this internally. Yeah, we might not actually need this, but let's just put it in just in case. Yeah, no, you might want to. The user might need this. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Okay, so let's go into the implementation code. So it's at like box start, I think. I have things like text, border, background, clickable, and for buttons. Nice. Yeah, I think it is useful tracking it. Yeah, so but only for the last widget that you've just placed down, I think, and maybe for the one that is currently clicked. But yeah, I think for like text and background, that sort of stuff, I'm not gonna go that route because we've got like this insanely flexible custom rendering system, right? And I want to make sure that the user can just go and use that whenever they want. So we're just going to give the user the ability. This is part of the reason why we're doing it all as a pure IMGUI thing, right? Where we don't have retain mode in the back end. See, this was done with like a retain mode in the back end. So we're just going to literally be skipping all this code and not using it. But yeah, I need something like this, basically. This is the code I want. So I have this code here. And we'll probably be deleting a lot of that code as well. Let's just dump it in there, we'll have a look at it. There's a function that we want though, and it's called update focus state. I don't know how much we actually use this thing. Right, it's just, you just want a separate function, I guess. We want this function as well. So this takes in like the keyboard input and is able to, and the current rectangle and all of this, whatever, to like decide, is this thing actually clicked, double clicked, all of that. Which we'll see in just a second. Right, I think that's everything we want for now. We'll probably need the ID stuff actually. Right, so I think I want to say. Drop us in the core. So boom, renamed. So Right, UI widget update focus state. This is kind of internal thing. So it doesn't need a widget ID. Yeah, probably wants like an ID hash. So you want which uniquely identifies the widget. Then you probably want a then you probably want the rectangle. But maybe you store the current rectangle. Hard to tell. Buttons pressed. What is it doing? Right. So it doesn't set the focus here. Right, that's because, okay. Right. Yeah, we just probably want to update based on the, Alright, I got this. So if we passed in the rectangle, we could have all the logic in there, which sort of like... Have a think about that. If focusable and... Why was that two of the same thing? Anyway, so if it's focusable, update the focus state. So that's where if you have a box, you would take in the box. Yeah, I think we could do it all in there. Yep, you can update the one for the next frame. That's it. That's what you want to be achieving. Right, I think we got it. Right, why aren't we getting any of these in there? UI. Uh-huh. Okay, so we've got the new function prototype. Kabam. Right. So, effectively, right, should we come back? Nah, let's just do all this now. Get rid of all this garbage. Right. So we have the OS abstraction, right, in our OS header. I kind of forgot what that looks like, so we'll just go and look at it, right? Here it is. So we've got this sort of input device. So we have an input device. We don't want the raw. So when we're dealing with UI, we don't really want to use the raw mouse stuff, right? We want like probably the virtual mouse for now. We could probably have like other virtual cursors going around, but I think we just want to use this sort of virtual mouse stuff for now. Right. So we want to use the virtual keyboard, which is like all the keyboards. So OS virt keyboard. Something like this. Just go and jot that around. Mouse, virtual mouse. Fantastic. So let's get all this compiling. So key code is pressed. What have we got for that? Right. Key code is all one word in our new thing. Cool. So we have a key code enum, don't we? Yep, it's all one word. So that'll be OS key code. Cool. So is this a thing? It's a thing. OS key code space. Right, so we need to actually include the header now. So this is going to just include it here. So include os.h. Oh yeah. Right, so we need to have, we're not going to have multiple windows, right? If we need multiple windows, we'll put that feature in, but I think we can get away with for this game just with single windows, so we've decided to make things a lot more simple. Hey there, Wajilla, how's it going? How you been? How you been? So in our global state, which is probably going to be in the internal header, boom. We need to store, so this is a lot of the rendering stuff. We should probably move that into like UI draw. Right, it's part of the drawing. But I don't know. It's difficult to know what to do. Yeah, let's do it in draw. So draw the draw commands. We'll do that. So let's duplicate that. This will be called UI draw. And keep it nice and clean. Something like that. Boom. So now we want to be able to stick in basically the rest of the state in here, I think. So the rest of the state is going to be like, hey, what is the current focused widget? So that's the UI ID hash. Now, so this ID and ID hash, so the reason why it's called ID hash is because you take a load of the little IDs and you sort of like hash them together. Maybe, right, so you have the mouse focused one and the keyboard focused. Okay. And you probably want to have like the next one as well, because there's like 1 frame of latency, which we'll get into why that is. Awesome. Doing good, working on some Vulkan stuff in Jai. Sweet. Get ready for your brain to be fried, my friend. So far I have Windows services of both X11 and Windows. Nice. Oh, so you started directly on the services. Have you got yourself an instance? Oh, you need to create yourself an instance in it. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to take a quick little break, but I'll be back. Just going to get a drink and stuff like that. And then we'll crack on with this function and get our basic widget stuff all done. And we'll get a nice box on the screen. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Got myself some blueberries. That's kind of cool. Or Pepsi Max. Cherry flavor. Ooh. Got instances, devices, and queues, and all that stuff. Nice. Vulkan docs are very good so far. I haven't had to look at anything else other than asking some jar-related issues. Strange you say that. Like, the Vulkan docs are very good at telling you how to use, it's all self-referential, you know what I mean? So it's bloody complicated. They don't tell you how to use the function or how it fits in the whole overall system. So you really have to know how a GPU works and how to structure a renderer before the Vulkan documentation really makes any sense when you read it. Is it? Fair play. Like when you get to the synchronization code, you'll be in for a treat of just pure, like, brain frying juice, you know? It's so bad. But, you know, like I really do like some aspects of the Vulkan API. I think it's really great. But then just some parts of it, I'm just like, my days. But it's anything we've got though, isn't it? Sweet, sweet blueberries. Right. Like, this is part of the reason why I'm doing the compute thing, because I want to see if there's a way for us to push GPU vendors just to give us the simplest thing. You know, allow us to upload code and data to the GPU, run it. I don't want no tensor cores. Well, if you have tile memory on there, give me access to it. You know? Don't make me use render passes. Like, it's such a complicated API. So basically the idea would be, right, you have like G_UI, such a great name. Not. You know, you would have the current hash here. So the idea is this UI is very stateless on the inside. The only thing it keeps track of is like, what is the current focused widget hash? It doesn't know anything about the widget, just sort of like the identifier of it. Like that's all it tracks, and that's how it keeps track of focus. So if something is focused and you press space, it can then say that it's pressed or something. So that's equal to the one that this current, so you currently build in a button, so you get the ID hash of the button. If it's the current focused one and this frame you press space, this thing is pressed and it's held and is focused, right? It's an OR of all those things. Something else I want to do. What happens if you want to know if something is focused via a keyboard or focused via a mouse? So what we might also have is mouse, keyboard, and gamepad, because we want to support gamepads and make these things first class citizens of the UI thingy majig. Oh yeah. Right, I'm gonna overflow U8, aren't I? Because you ate all those bits. These bits. All these bits. Oh, it just about reached the end. Oh. Just enough. Done on swap chain stuff right now. Hopefully it won't be too hard. Yeah, swap chain ain't bad. Well, it's when the synchronization stuff starts to come in. If you need any help with Jilla with any of this Vulkan stuff, definitely go in the Discord and ask away. There's a few people in there who use Vulkan and know it really well. Like, should be able to describe it quite easy to you. Like, yeah. DirectX 12 is like, I want to create a resource heap, yet Microsoft is trying to waterboard me into their reasoning and motivation behind the script heap design. Oh, sorry, yeah. And it's like, well, how do I use it? And some things are scattered across D3, the previous documentation. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like you kind of want that information, but you want to start with just sample code, right? Like you definitely want to know how it works, but yeah, you want to know that after, right? So this one you're going to slap on focus keyboard, right? I know I said I didn't want to do the button stuff first, but I ended up kind of doing the behind the scenes stuff, didn't I really? But oh well, that's programming for you. So what the crap is going on? This should be has been pressed. Has been pressed. Has it been pressed this frame? Therefore it's pressed. Is this thing pressed? Therefore it's held and focused and from the keyboard. Has been pressed. Huh? Did this even work before? I don't think I even tested this code that I've copied and pasted it from. Maybe I wrote it up and I just didn't test it. It was in development, basically. Right, so... yeah, maybe we just need little booleans, you know? Love me a good boolean. Here's keyboard. So we'll whack it at the top. Ball. Something like that. Right. Mouse buttons has been pressed. Yeah, a lot of this stuff here could just be inside. I don't know. Yeah, it might be better. Nice. So all this stuff should just be able to be moved into here. Excuse me. And then it says decrypt all of this. So mouse buttons has been pressed. The left one. Man, Pepsi is so damn good. especially when you haven't had it for a while. Right, mouse buttons. Vert mouse buttons. We get the bit set back. Isn't she lovely? So it is. Oh, they're gonna be good. Right, so we need a way to be able to set the focus. Think about this one. So setting the focus needs to be some core functionality. So you should be able to get the widget hash back. Yes, so you need to be able to say ID hash, UI, ID hash. Of the previous widget that you've just started, basically. And you need to be able to now be able to say like set focus or something. Widget or keyboard focus set. I'm just gonna make getters and setters here, you know? Oh, my college professor would love this day. Oh, getters and setters. Ooh. Hey there, Ansel, how you doing? Good to see you. Bit confused with naming scheme and why so many things have KHR after them. Something it seems requires for extensions. Yeah, KHR just means multiple vendors have this extension. Yeah, it's just short for Kronos, obviously. Yeah. So essentially the swap chain, they wanted to make sure that they could support compute-only devices, but if you look at the Vulkan stats, there's basically no compute-only devices. They're all got graphics on them. So, yeah, basically 100% of GPUs support the swap chain. Hey, Perry. How's it going? New person who's somehow a moderator. How you doing? How's it going, Perry boy? Sorry, Perry. How's it going, sir? Right, so these boys are going to be in the core. Core. I don't know why I said it that way. They're in the core. So they're probably just going to end up returning G. Right. So return G UI. So set next frame. That's a better name. Right. We're getting to why it needs to be delayed by 1 frame. It's just the current focus state of the previous widget. The current ID hash. Mouse. Something like this. Now we kind of want to do gamepad as well. Like, so we kind of want to have gamepad versions as well. I don't know how we're going to do gamepad. So we'll just leave them in. Oof. All good, thanks, mate. How are you? Awesome, good to hear, Perry. Yeah, doing good. Doing good. Just been chilling over the weekend, really just relaxing, you know. It's been great. I've seen you fell out of your razor again. Fell out with your razor, I know. I am super lazy with maintaining myself. But I'll wait until my hair's like over my eyes and then it's getting cut. So the beard grows out as well with it, you know, until I need the haircut. I give it a trim, you know, in the obvious places. That's about it. And sometimes I do it just as I'm about to go right outside the door as well, you know, super last minute. Because, yes. But yeah, preparing for winter. Yeah, I guess. I'm just staying indoors like I always do. I'm prepared. Um, but yeah. I've actually booked a holiday. So next February I'm going to go to Australia, which I've never been before, and we'll be flying on a plane with a baby, and yeah, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna go for a whole month. Yeah, costly flight. All of the monies have been thrown at, yeah, so you know, spend like £3,000 I think on flights. So yeah, basically, here you go, credit card, and then here we go, future Henry, pay it off. So yeah, it's cool though. Get to go on a holiday. The last holiday I went on is with my wife when we got married. So we get to have another one now. And that was last year, not gonna lie, but that, and then the time before that, not for years, I think. Hey there, Chris, welcome. When I went in 2018, it was fab, pretty nice weather, right before the pandemic. Fantastic. Yeah, we're going to Queensland. Um, yeah, Queensland. That state, whatever they call it. I'm not quite sure exactly where. I forgot. Yeah, great PC for that money. Yeah, I don't need a great PC. I built a PC with last year's sort of, you know, last year's parts, and it's amazing. You know, computers are basically good enough, but we can always do better, right? Dan and Victoria. Ah, fair play. Yeah. So gonna be going out there for a whole month. So yeah, whole month of no streaming in February, basically. That's the time off. So yeah, we should have done some 3D stuff by then. It's something I've been thinking about lately. If you look around the internet, there's a vast amount of people say there's no reason to write your own engine, write your own game from scratch. Since it's already made engines available for download, but any most engines doesn't it make sense to write your own framework data for your game? Yes, there's many reasons to write your own engine, right? It's to avoid licensing fees. That's one of the reasons. One, two, you're in control of technology. Three, you learn more about what goes into making a game. For another one is you get to have transferable skills because you know how it works under the hood. So really, there's only so many ways you can build it on top. Or already, there's only one way that it can come down into the interface that you know it goes into, right? all those high level systems go and produce the thing underneath. So you should know sort of how it roughly gets to that and what ways you can, you know, um, you know, yeah. Also, another reason, fun, right? It's a load of fun writing your own stuff. You know, you get to have it in your own style, right? Code style. So you're not using, you have to use the operating systems crap, which is like prehistoric API, which is like super bad. But then again, you look at most engines, they're modern OOP crap, and then you just, so um, yeah, plenty of reasons to use your own engine. We're doing a game without an engine, so we're basically making this tailored specific towards the game, like you're saying. People will be like, but the code isn't reusable. But then the code is kind of reusable if you can copy paste bits around, and what you can do is you can basically choose to rewrite parts which literally don't make any sense for that game, the new game that you're making. So, or you can just throw away a system because it's a piece of crap, right? And it's just not a problem. You don't have to maintain it, and then test that same engine out on all the other games that you've made in the past, and update the projects to the new engine, and Also, ever have a C dev mon- Also, if you have C dev mon- yeah, blueprints. Oh yeah, blueprints. Yeah, I've heard bad things about blueprints. Um, but I don't know if they're. I've heard things like if you use blueprints, you have to recompile some of the Unreal Engine, so they can be quite slow sometimes to iterate with. I'm not sure about that. That's just what I've heard from someone. Soon I shall be complete language with 99% of my own stuff. Awesome. That's what you want. Control. So this is going to set set focus next frame. Oh yeah. But if it was released in the same, what is this? So it has been pressed this frame. So if it's been, that's in the else then. Oh no. Okay, happened. Yeah, so if it's been released, mouse has been released. So it's been released as frame, you want it to be pressed and released together. I also want to say a bit of mouse in there. So you can know if it's been the mouse that did this thing, which is amazing. The user can have a lot of freedom to decide on what they want to do. What is this one saying if the keyboard is focused, right? So we've got a nice English variable here. Then this one is going to set it to null. That's a good idea. We need a sort of hash defined for UI ID hash null. Bam. Or hash none. Something like that. Right. So there's a little special ID hash thing. Maybe we should put this in an enum. And then have, so when we compute the hash, we can basically skip the built-in ones. And these ones start here. Ta-da! Right, so this one is basically set next frame. Boom. So this one is buttons is pressed, not has been pressed, is pressed. Is it pressed down? It is pressed down, is it? Is the keyboard focused? It is. Therefore, it's held. Because you set the keyboard focus up here, right? So the next frame comes around, this will happen. This one of it has been released. Has been released. This one is mouse focused. Because, right, you could release over a widget, but it's not focused, right? And then so you don't want to return this for every widget, basically, that's released over. It just is weird. So released focus, and you want to drop that mouse thing on it as well. See, I'm not sure how we're going to do gamepad controls, but as soon as we get some stuff in, we'll do a good session over. Sorry, the gamepad controls. We'll do a good session over that, and see if we could think of a good way to add good gamepad support. Right. So this one is saying if I did nothing, if it's mouse focused, then return focused mouse. But then the keyboard focus, hang on a minute. So I didn't do like keyboard focus either. Right, so I guess we'll do like a UI focus state. And we'll just say UI focus state none. So we'll make it focused actually. Right. Yes, say yeah, if it's mouse focused, or on this with mouse. With the mouse. Then mouse with keyboard. And then we just return state. Right, so that's the good. So this will deal with all that. Sort of, it will give the user this really nice sort of bit set where they can basically just choose how they want to react to a widget being interacted with, right? So you don't have to build specialized buttons where if they're double clicked or where they're held in, particles shoot everywhere. No, you can just say, oh, is it held down for this specific button? Done. You don't have to have concepts of like classes and, you know, like CSS classes and IDs and on held events. None of that crap. Just all done with this sort of system. So with the rectangle thing, we've got to, yeah, we've got to maybe do something with the rectangle here. Let's come back to that. Or should we come back to it? Let's think about it. Hey there, Rohan. I think in many cases where it seems more reasonable to write your game from scratch, Minecraft terrain generation, for example, could present on a real engine. Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah, you know. Yeah, you know. I think given the whole recent Unity thing, if he like Notch himself wrote on Twitter, like, you know, the hardest part of writing Minecraft wasn't the engine. You know, granted, he didn't port it to other platforms, right? That was other people when he sold it for like millions, but he didn't need to port it to other platforms because the game was so successful. You know, he just made it for PC. You know, he did use Java or whatever, but you still had to kind of write an engine layer, you know, engine code, right? So I do see his point. You know, it is the most sort of like stable code. Like the Windows code hasn't really changed much. Sure, they've added new ways of doing gamepad stuff, but it's mostly stayed the same. They just add new stuff. On like open source operating systems, they kind of change stuff, which kind of sucks because it breaks executables. But yeah, X11 has been like X11 for since the 80s. So I just realized something. There is no replacement for GDB-STUI. Yeah, there is. Have you heard of GF? If you haven't got a GF, you can ask Nax, because Nax has got you a GF you can download. You can build it with a simple bash script. It can be, she's themable. She is interactive. You can put breakpoints with a click of a button. She's got cool stacks. Way better than TUI. Take a look at this guy. It's good. Das ist gut, as the Germans would say. Das ist gut. TUI for the win. Ugh. Ugh. Well, you'll be pressing Control L a lot to refresh that screen because that's still a bug for some reason. I didn't know it's a bug, but they can't figure out to redraw the whole screen sometimes. Right, so effectively we've got a bit of a problem here. The mouse guys need to know, if you press, right, and then you're not checking if you're inside the rectangle, right? Oh no. Yes, so we need to be able to set mouse focus, right? So you have a frame of delay. So what we want to be able to say is if OS virtual mouse position, right? So we've got to say this inside the rectangle, right? So we can do some simple, right? So we need a UI rect contains point or something, billion contains point. So you get your rectangle, get your point. So we'll if contains point, rectangle, and the OS mouse position. Then what we're going to do is say, hey, by the way, next frame, GUI dot wait. UI mouse focus set next frame ID hash. So that sets that global variable next frame. So we need to actually get that system in place, right? So there's a thing called like frame initialize, right? It's a good function. You need to set this up like that. So there's keyboard and gamepad. So next frame, we take the next thing that's going to be focused, and then cool. So why do we have a frame of latency when we're updating this focus state? The reason is, right, is because you can imagine you're like doing you've got your UI that you're sort of like, imagine there's like a box here. This thing is focusable, right, for some reason. And then you've got like a button inside it, which is also focusable. So what happens is if you come down and say like, oh, I'm hovered in, make me focusable. Or is it, sorry, if you hover here, it's going to go down into this guy first. It's going to make itself focusable. And then it's going to check the click to see if that you've done a click. And of course, this point is inside of this outer rectangle. So it'll start, basically clicking the parent box and sending states like it's been pressed, but really it hasn't because the focus has been taken by this button here. So what we want to do is introduce a frame of latency, which allows you to sort of get the furthest down widget. So when you say like, when you go down it will say, hey, by the way, set next frame's mouse focus to this one. Then it will go down to this widget and be like, okay, now set the next frame to this guy instead. So then by the time, so when you've finished your frame, it will have the widget which is furthest down that sort of like tree of widgets, right? So it avoids that problem of multiple widgets being pressed at the same time. That's all it's doing. It's not rocket science. Just UI engine science. So to do this one, you want to do a sub of... I forget how these things work. Oh, wait. Yeah, you want to get a relative. So you go target, yes, destination, take source or whatever. So it's your pointer towards PT. Then you do, or I could just check, do a conditional. Because I don't really have a half size, you see. So it's not. Or you compute the size and do one conditional check. So you want to say, let's do another one. This is going to be wanted a lot. So return sub of 32 times 2 times 2 rectangle max take rectangle min. All right. So you basically want to say like f32 times 2 size. So I might call it dims actually. Size I like for size in bytes. Dims I like for like dimensions of things, like two-dimensional. And then yeah, count I like for the number of elements. So then you just want to say sub. So there's your difference, and you want to make sure the absolute, no absolute. Yeah, there's no absolute here. Shoot, just make sure it's greater than. Return diff. Greater than, equal. I gotta do this thing. Oh, does it have an S version? No, it doesn't. Okay. It is a bit cryptic in this way, isn't it? We'll write it out the old way. So diff.x less than 0. 0 less than equal to that, and diff.x less than dims.x. And y. Do you have Z values for widgets? Nah. I might want to think about having different layers. So you can make a new layer on top, and that's a whole different render layer. But we'll write it in if we actually need it. But yeah, that's the solution we'll be going with, if that's the case. It's an S32. Damn it. Just convert that. Huh? Hmm. Maybe it isn't just my compiler that has a problem. Maybe it's all the compilers. Huh. Weird. Right. So that sets the next frame. So this is all done now, which is super good. Right. Next one. So now we're going to find it back to this widget thing. We can start the base widgets thing. Okay. Yeah, that would have been the simpler way, wouldn't it, actually, Stink? Yeah, maybe that's... Yeah, you know why I think about it in the subtraction way is because I've been doing the rectangle versus rectangle, and that's the sort of way I did it. That makes sense. It's way more simple, isn't it? Why did I overcomplicate that? Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. So let's just return all... do 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 do. See, unfortunately, I've got to do this silliness because I don't have the functions for that sorted out. Oh, no. Sorry, my mistake. Um. Oh, why did I say all? Okay, all bullfight. Alright. That's fine. Fantastic. Right, back to here. So, what do we gotta do? So we gotta compute an ID hash. Right, so we basically, right, I guess we'll do this button stuff. Right, here's the plan. So, in the internals, we need to have a stack of hashes, of IDs. Right, so you have an ID stack. And you basically push and pop on this stack every time you put a widget down and take a widget off. You know, when you start a widget, put it on the stack, take off widget. And oh. Core or define right, core stack. Is it something like that? I think it's that. Down this thing, we'll see. UI ID ID. I forget these things. Because I barely use this, right? But when we need a new dynamic array, we do this. Right, core define stack. Right, of course it is the other way around that intro. Okay. So we've got this thing we have to initialize. We'll probably say, you know, UI widget max depth. It's probably like 64, maybe 256, right? So that's your max depth. So when we instantiate our UI system, we essentially do another one of these core initializes. This will be widget ID stack widget depth, and bam. So we've got the stack allocated. So what we need to do is when we do our widget start, we're simply gonna push on, deref it. It will crash if we obviously overflow, and then we'll simply just put it on the stack there. Now, since we've done this, we need to hash everything up. So we'll get a nice little ID hash here, or maybe we just do it in the global, right? GUI dot. Let's do it here. So we start it off as maybe F4 be in the core. Right. So there's the initial FNV. We'll just use FNV hash, right? It's quick. So we're just going to go over all of the start for 0. Just go over all of the entries in the stack and just hash it up. So essentially we'll do just like getter here, and we'll say okay, ID hash equal core FNV hash 32. The bytes are going to come from here. The number of bytes is size of UI ID hash, and the number of I'm passing the old hash, so it sort of combines the hash all together, and voila. There we go. So now we can put out a new hash, so we just say GUI dot ID hash equal ID hash. So that's all set there. So the user can just take that. So this is how we uniquely identify widgets, right? Is with this. I think this comes from IMGUI, this idea, but IMGUI likes to use pointers. It likes to use pointers and strings, whereas we're not really going to use those as a hash. We're just going to have the user pass in an ID they know. So we're just going to use line numbers for the most part. Like this, right? When we start a widget, it's passing in the line macro, bam. But if it's inside a for loop, you need to do like a little custom one, and you can do that all very easily. Yeah, IMGUI, or dear IMGUI, uses the string, or if you put 2 hashes in it, it uses the thing after the 2 hashes. Yeah, I really don't like the system. It just adds more weight, right? But I guess can have. I don't know, man. I go 2 ways about the thinking about it, to be honest. I just don't like it. It has some pros, right? See, part of me thinks this is a bit silly. Returning it center there. Right, okay. So if the widget is focusable, right? So buttons, anything, right? We can sort of set this focus state thing here in the global, and then we straight away after the widget has been started, The user can just check that and just do whatever the hell they want with it. Pretty nice. Right. So this used to this comes from this code, this old code, which used to keep track of a widget internally and keep the state internally for each widget. We're not doing that for this one. So it comes from, it is here in it. What? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, someone's up with that, it's dodgy. Okay, removed it from there. Right. We don't care about the remove anymore. Right, so if the mouse is focused, so you just want to do like a GUI dot, something like that, yeah? So if the user decided to say, hey, this thing is not focusable anymore, we'll remove that, right? Set next frame, ID hash none. Right. Keyboard. Oh, poor baby is a bit upset. Wonder how. Might have to go down in a sec, we'll see how he is. Two seconds, let me just check on the baby. I'll be right back. Right, welcome back everyone. How's it going? Yeah, it's had to help the wife out with the baby. He was a bit upset. He didn't want to lay down, so we got him trying a different technique out. What are we doing here? So work out the widget state. So given, right, so we need to do this. So if it's focused in any way, right? Did the music go? Still going. That's good. That's good. Right. Keyboard or gamepad. So it's focused in any way. We can start choosing these different behaviors, right? So we should really take this documentation and really just stick it in the header next to these things, right? So is active when held. When widget is held down. Is selectable means active when so selectable is active at the moment of being pressed. Toggleable is active every other press, something like that, right? Cool. So this is the current flags. When we get the current focus state, so it's focusable, which means, yeah, only be if it's focusable, good, which means that state would be set. So it's just G we might set a local. UI focus state equal UI focus state none. So we'll set a little local. Yeah, it's a bit safer if you start shifting code around. So when we say widget focus state here, what we're saying is just focus state. There's also a state in there as well. Right, so this sets the state. What we're trying to find is we're trying to work out the state. So we'll do another one called UI widget state. We'll call it widget state. UI widget state none. So widget state is active, focused, and disabled. So we might do disabled as well in a bit. So why is it different? Yeah, because you have active in this one, whereas the other one doesn't have active. And you have disabled as well. Cool. So, all right, stuff good. So this will say GUI.widgetState equal widget state. Rightio. Okay. So that is pretty decent. This will get all of the basic logic with for different widgets like buttons, toggle, yeah, standard button, toggle button, radio buttons, checkboxes. So you have like pressable, where it works on that sort of focus state, which we worked on above, and it knows how to sort of transition it into a different state, basically. Now the question is, yep, this is all fine. Yeah, this will work. But how do you know if it's still active? This is the question. So you might have the active state passed in. Like, is it active now? So, as part of the flags, we'll need a is active flag. So if you have like a button, shoot. If you have a button that is pressed, yeah, so you kind of know. Why have I got so many headers open here? I've just ended up going to the header so many times. Right, so when you say like toggleable or whatever, you need to have the state. The state is stored in some boolean somewhere. Outside of this, you need a way to pass that back in. Because if you say, you know, when it's been pressed, if the current state, which it wouldn't have been set yet, right? It's been default. So you need to be able to say, basically based on the flags, is it active now? So you just want to say is active. And that's a way of sort of manually controlling that it's active. So for stuff like checkboxes, it can pass it in that way. Flags question mark. Sorry, you and it with that and then question mark, then you'll get the active version. Like that. Sweet. Hey Sockham, how's it doing? You have a button that's pressed, well you press it again. Yeah, but you mean like if it's pressed, is it active, you know? Translate to active. Yeah, how's it going? Doing good, man, doing good. Just been getting the core essential bits. So we've got the layout stuff in. We're getting all of the button logic in, really. I kind of wanted to not do this stuff first, but I kind of then ended up just doing it. So we've kind of just been doing. But it'd be cool because it's basically we'll just tie up all the loose ends and everything will just start working. So it's going to be pretty good. But yeah, how's things going with you? So that's fixed that problem. Nothing else really. Selectable. So when it's selectable, toggleable is, yeah, selectable is like a radio button. Yeah, good. Is pressable. Yep, that's fine. Cool. I think that's everything we want. If it's equal to focused, then it's just default. What are you talking about? Yeah, because if it's not focused. Right, so if the widgets, so if it's not focusable and it's focused. Focused or active. No, because it could be. So the thing is, you could disable. I've got to think about this active thing, you know, because you can have it as disabled and active, you know. So maybe this is better off as being like flags, right? It might be better off as being flags, because you kind of, it could be active and not focused. Right, I think that's probably better. Let's make that more searchable. Getting the padding right. Right, that will be better. So we'll just do a little bit of oring stuff. So it's rework this. So this state, they're kind of flags though, aren't they? Default state, state none, I guess state none. So if it's, so you know, it's obviously focused here. Right, if it's pressable. Yeah, it's obviously focused here. So as soon as you come into here, this thing is focused, right? All that bugger on. Do you just apply it? Do you overwrite it? No, yeah, you always just apply it on. Right, good. So then this one, you're going to apply on the active state. This one, apply on the active state. So if it's selectable, you always want to just apply it on. Yep, that's fine. If it's toggleable, you want to say, hey, if it has active, remove the active. Yep. If you don't have active, yep. That's much better, because now we can say, hey, you know, basically remove. You want to remove active, you know, focused and active. Oh, just want to remove focused. Cool. Yeah, because now things can be disabled and active. And focused and disabled, I don't know why you'd want that, to be fair, but maybe you might want to know. Maybe you might not want that, actually. But we'll add disabled later when we maybe need it. Right, the final thing is what we're returning, if it's visible or not. So visible, we've got to work out what is visible, right? So is this rectangle outside the bounds of the clip, the clipping area or whatever? Got to think about that. Excuse me. I figured out all the work. It's got to start paying off now with this stuff. Sweet. Yeah, more sensors flags. That is true. What if the left mouse button on top of the is on top of the button while being pressed? Things. Right. What if the left mouse button is on top of a button and while pressed, move the mouse outside and release? I see what you're doing. You're trying to catch me out. Don't worry. It's going to be good. So, yeah, we've got that. Don't you worry. So that's in this guy here. So, oh, you booger. Yeah, so we've handled that fine. So every frame we're updating this, right? We check to see if your rectangle is inside, you know, your mouse position is inside the rectangle. If it is, that's the mouse focus for the next frame. So what we do is, the logic is right here, right? If the current widget is focused, if it has been released, make sure it is still focused. And then if that's true, then you can do this, right? Yeah. Oh, this is left in here. We should remove that. Right, that was good. We went back here anyway, because I had to access code in there. Perry, you're active and not. No, it's not Perry. Damn it, it's RTC. Damn it. You were the Perry color, RTC. Right. UI focus. Right, visible. Right. So how do we know if we're visible or not? So we're gonna have like a tree of widgets, whatever. So we want to you want to clip. Clip, 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 clip. So you want to build like essentially like clip shapes, and so where's the rectangle? So you want to be able to say like rectangle clip, and you sort of just take one rectangle. Taking a rectangle, there's your. So you just want to get the overlapping, the inner overlap. So overlap, outer, overlap, inner. I guess we want to just call it that. Overlap, inner. Do you ever want to overlap outer? So yeah, you just want to take rectangle A and B and get back a C rectangle. It should just get inlined. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal. So the idea is when you clip two rectangles, right, you want to just, so you've got, get Milton out, much better than seeing my hands. So you've got like two overlapping rectangles. This is now the clip shape, right? This is now the clip shape. Okay, so you want to just take you just want to like max the min and min the max, I think, right? Because that'll get you here and here, right? So you just literally go UI rect r min equals the max f32 of a min b min. So that'll do all the elements, right? And then you want to min the max. Something like that, yeah. So that's what you use to do your clipping shape with. So when you sort of, yeah, you build this sort of the clipping shape, and you'll be able to. Where's the bugger hat? So by default, you probably start it off as just negative infinity, positive infinity. So as the frame initialize. So you'll say like your UI dot this thing, min equal negative infinity, and then max equal positive infinity, and Bob's your uncle. So widget start at the bottom here, we build the clip. So that's equal to UI rectangle overlap inner. You'll take the current one of these guys in, and you'll also take in the current rectangle for the widget. Produce yourself a new one of these guys, and now you just gotta check to see if your rectangle over intersects with the other rectangle. Hey there very much, how you doing? Now that I think about it, all this button talk could just as well be about a game itself, released, focused by the community, or not visible literally. Yup. Hey there very much. Gay Rex, isn't that Jonathan Blow's name for his IMGUI, immediate mode UI? The Joe. Yes, the remarch guy. He blasts rays into the screen that march at his command. Hey there, Boulder Van Motten. How's it going? It's Greg. Hey, Greg. Not sure I remember a Greg, to be fair. Remind me more, Greg. Give me more than Greg. How's it going? Very much, guy. Oh, I read that one. Nigga, thanks in the middle of moving. Do you have time this week to chance for help? Oh no, I'm busy man, busy man. Working, looking after a baby, you know, that sort of thing. Contains rectangle, let's just do that. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, how's things going really much? You've been up to much? You've been up to much? So if you've got two rectangles, so this is one I was thinking about, right? You want to take min away from each other and probably take, you know, I'm probably better off Googling for this, but I did this one before in local space, but I got different rectangles, so the logic is a bit different because I had centered rectangles for the rendering code that we were doing, but this one's different. It's min and max. So you got two rectangles, right? If you take the difference between the two mins, you get a vector going to the from one min to another, right? Ta-da! Then what you need to be able to do is, could you take the two? So if you've got two of these guys, and if you took the difference between those, you'll just get a little guy, right? You'll get like, well, you know, we have the maxes, don't we? So you could take the difference between the maxes, and that'll get you this vector, right? And then so long as this vector is less than this vector, then it should be collision, right? Take the two differences, less than check. Hopefully, well, no, greater than zero. Like, yeah, greater than zero and no, it's got to be absolute, isn't it? Because if you have one over here, say this here, say if it doesn't, just about doesn't collide, and then you did that one, and then that one. It doesn't work, does it? Right, that's terrible. So it all should be about the size. So you should take the size vector. So you get the full size vector, right? Then take away something like that. So you should be able to say this size vector and this size vector. Take this away, you know, this one away from that one. But what happens if this one's smaller? Then you probably absolute that. Yeah, I think that's it. So you take your difference, so you get your sort of relative position. Relative position, so it's just ABS F32 times 2, A min, B min. Yeah, you get your dimensions, right? So you then want to do like a a sub, sort of a dims diff. So that'd be ABS F32 sub F32 times 2 with this called twice A and B. What am I doing here? It's supposed to be a sub, isn't it? Right, so then you should just have to check to make sure that less than or equal to rail point and dims def. Something like that ought to be good enough. Fingers crossed. Still working on shame like always, day in, day out. I want to have the entire lib panic free. Dun dun dun. Which means I spend a ton of time thinking about error management. Very much. Do you have a condition of the I hate myself syndrome? That sounds a lot of effort. Have you tried long jump? You know, you get to dab on a little bit of unsafe. Long jump all the way out of there. You know. That's what we do in our compiler, so we don't have to deal with the crazy parsing the errors all the way back up the call stack. Instead, you're all the way down the call stack, and all we have to do is be like, right, I'm at a place where this error needs to be returned. Sometimes you just put the error on a error array and you just have an array of errors. Other times you want this is a catastrophic error, so you basically just bail and you long jump all the way back up to the top and just give the error back out to the user. That's the typical way. That's a way to make it really easy for a recursive descent compiler. The Unicode gen layer is more involved because it has multiple lengths. So less span. You don't just do min A. No, because that doesn't like you've got to handle when they overlap. That will just be yeah, because your min B may be less than min A. Right, you'd have to handle all the different cases. Right, because your rectangle could like this is less than that one, right? You'd have to handle both cases. Basically, all the different edge cases. I can't operate control flow because of the DSL, so it's basic use. Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure, makes sense. I think this works, right? We'll have to see. So that contains that rectangle. So this is the simple check, or simple check we'll be doing at the end, right? So a nice little enum, or we say, hey, if it's visible. So if this rectangle is, so if GUI.clip. So the thing is like, what happens if the thing is like non-existent and 0? Right, that's another thing to check for. Like, you want to make sure your clip guy isn't basically nothing. Rectangle, is you want to say that it's basically not 0. I guess you do min and maxes all the time, so you're not doing, but you do add stuff. So it could be very small. has size. If it has any size to it, is empty, I guess. That's the one we'll do. So you just say rect ball. We'll do the epsilon thing, you know. Got to get that right. That's under dims. Oh, I didn't do the contains rect. Let's get that in the header. Cool. Right. So we'll do like we'll get the dims basically. And you want to make sure that, you know, return dims x greater than or equal to 0.0001, something like that. Wait, if it's less than, yep. Okay. So we'll need that check as well. So we say, okay, if the clip is not empty, and if the and if it contains our rectangle in it, then it must mean it is visible. So we have a enum for that. It's just a boolean, but we put it as an enum so it's more readable. Basically. Cool. Right, what else are we doing? Maybe we should align this properly. We're doing all that silly line. You know what? It doesn't matter. Let's do that. And voila. So that should be this all completed. We didn't push our ID. Oh, we did. Okay, good. So when we pop, we want to pop this off the ID stack. Bearing in mind, we can use this to check. To get a nicer assertion, right? Because if we just pop, it's just going to go into the stack thing and say, you popped too many off the stack and it's not going to be a nice error. So to do a nice error, you do a debug assertion here, check the count, and make sure. That this is greater than 0. You want to say like too many so you want to say like UI widget end has been called more than UI widget start. Sweet. Any other thing we have to do here to sort of see, there's a bunch of state that you might want to clear out. Like, think about it. No, we won't clear it out. Yeah, so then we'll just pop that. So we'll do. Let's done some of that. Okay, so that should be all the logic we need to make boxes and buttons with. So we've got some boxes now. So we should be able to test this thing. We just got to deal with the compiler errors because I did do some renaming of where the global variables were. So we've got to amend all of those quickly. Let's sort that out. GUI.draw. We moved into a draw structure. All the drawing stuff. So, you know, we should probably just do it over everything. Oh, maybe not now. Shoot. All right, let's record a macro. Way easier. cool. So we'll say that's like, let's say let's do 20 of those. 20 more. 20 more. Um, so we'll go like 10 of those. Like, they may start a web request or from alpha and ask for a derivative of function. What being fully recording? I'm gonna try this example, but I wanted to come up with cool stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying. They might send a radio signal to Mars and get the Mars rover to give them back the gradient of a surface on Mars and then pass that into a derivative of the shader. Yeah. That Mars rover serving purpose since whenever. It's good. Been curious and checked your stack pop and think there's a bug. Oh no. Glorious, sir. Thank you, sir. You're like actually reading my code more than me. This is great. Let's check the pop. Right, see if my farts are doing well. Right. Pop many. Right. Plus amount. Yep. That was bad. We also didn't do the assertion in there. Why didn't we do the assertion? So we're asserting that stack count is greater than or equal to amount. More than is left in the stack. Right. Attempting to pop this many, but there is only this many left in the stack. Boom. Amount and then stack count. Bam. Thank you so much, Glorious Sir. Legend. That would have been a funny bug. It could have been I could have been like, oh, my code's fine, right? And been going around just staring at the screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we can finally get back to here and start using it. So something that we do want to double check actually is that frame. There's a frame in it, but we want to. Do we want to do like a frame? Should we do a frame start and frame end? We're changing it. Amazing. Because we kind of want to have some, bits of checking in there. Stuff like that, And we probably want to know. So this one is going to assert. Gotta have these assertions in here, right? This isn't Rust. It's not got your back, You have to have your own back. This is C. So you're saying like, right, make sure that core stack count of those IDs Make sure that is 0. Yes. So this would just say like UI widget end or something like that hasn't been called enough before. I always like to put a T on the end of enough, but that's what my mind does. Just puts a T there. Before calling frame end, fantastic. And then also we want to have a way of saying like, you want to be able to assert that here, and you want to say like, do you want to, attempting so we should probably pass in like the rectangle of the screen really into frame start. Put an ID on the stack already, maybe. I don't know. Because then we can make this work even better. So we could say, hey, give me the rectangle of your screen. Give me the rectangle of the window. Well, maybe not. Give me window size or something. Maybe just do something like this. Start the clip rec off like that. We'll punch on the stack. Just punch on something. The non-zero values, punch on 1. Just so we can tell whether something is, or the frame has been ended or not, right? So this will say frame start has been called twice. Well, you must say UI widget and why am I saying widget? Sorry, frame and frame start must be called before another can be called again. Alrighty. You could have wasted your brain cells you saved before. And no, right. Double the savings. It's amazing. Are you challenging me to crash a crash battle in Rust? Yeah. See, Rust still crashes. It does, doesn't it? You get the panics. Like the worst one is the integer overflow. Right, or just if you overflow an integer, it just panics and you're like crap. So you gotta be careful. You're challenging me. Wait. I think I prefer frame begin and over frame start. Yeah, begin and end. I know I like start for some reason. Frame begin, frame start. Yeah. I don't know. Start and end, begin and end, they sort of both go, they're both about the same. Same to me. Right, again, that good old window size. So this you want to just say like attempting to get draw command render draw info before UI frame end has been called. Woo. Bam, bam, and boom. Bada bing, bada boom. So, there's all of the bells and whistles. So so the problem is I don't have a window size really. I do actually have it in the OS. I don't know why I've just not bothered replacing all these temp display ones. So we've just got it hard coded to like this resolution here right now. But yeah, we'll sort that out at some point. Right now I'm not too fussed. Well, when we really need to, we're gonna do it, right? But not yet. Then we need a frame end. Kabam. So now we can start putting boxes down, right? Now what we're gonna do is about this box is we need a way. So we need a way to get the window rectangle. That's for one. We need a way to get the window rectangle. And we need a way to... We need to make sure we actually do some rendering with this box, right? Because we're not doing any rendering yet. So it should be done in there. Start to finish, begin to end. Start, finish. I don't know. Begin and end, maybe. I guess you can make that distinction, but equally you can use start and end as well. I see what you're saying though. Maybe like, I'm done here. Yeah. Just fussy things. Exactly. Fuss. Pure fuss. Right, I'm just going to nip to the loo quick, but I'll be right back. Right. Be. Right, welcome back everybody. So, yeah, just nitpick. One tricky thing is ranges such as min-max, because if you have end exclusive ranges, when the end is not the max, all elements only use min-max with floats because of that. Right. Yeah, because if you max, it's inclusive, isn't it? But it only really works well with I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be max end exclusive. That doesn't make any sense. Max is always inclusive, yeah. Yeah. He's min sub for that. Supreme was the first element greater than the max. Oh, nice. One less than the min. Right, I never knew those terminologies. Fair play. So we should really sort out the box, right? We didn't really do any rendering, but no worries, we can do that. So in the box starts a widget and then it ends a widget, right? So where do we want to do the rendering? So it's front to back. It's front to back rendered. So this is the, so if you define a box, right? If you define a box, and then there'll be a child element in there, like a button. Ding. You want this to be the background. So if it's front to back rendered, the rendering goes in the end function, right? So obviously we could go and what was I gonna say? Yeah. So obviously there is going to be a bit of a problem where if you mismatch the start and ends of boxes and that, it does get a bit problematic. But hopefully not using these too much, and maybe we can add some little tricks to make this better. But the issue is now is that where do we get our controllers, like our controls rectangle, right? So we need like a rectangle stack as well. So on ID stack, we kind of need a rectangle stack so we can actually do some rendering. But then again, if you do that, you kind of might want the other state, like if it's pressed, if it's, so doing this front to back rendering is actually problematic. Shoot. But if I did back to front rendering, then it would be, right. So the problem is that what I pass to the GPU needs to be front to back. It needs to be front to back. Unless we did back to front. Yeah, but back to front works far better in the UI on the CPU. So I think in the GPU, then what we might do is pass. Where's the? So it might do reverse lookup. Yeah, we might do reverse lookup in the chunk binning. Yes, in the chunk binning, if we do a reverse lookup, that ought to be good enough. Yep. So we'll do a reverse lookup. So in the chunk binning, plus that, good. So there's no need to reverse it. We just reverse the lookup and boom. Supreme is the least upper bound, is the greater lower bound. It's irrespective, inclusive, exclusive, right? Yep, see, that seems like it's the wrong way around, actually. But yeah. Unlucky very much, unlucky. Right, so now we've fixed our problem. Now we don't have to keep state inside the thing at all because we've changed how it works. So, here's the beauty of it as well, visible, right? If visible, just works like that. So I guess if it's not visible, return visible. And then we can so we can just do the rendering here now. So we just say UI, draw, and we've got all this lovely stuff. So draw a shape for me, please. Axis line bounding box. So we need to compute a center position and half dims. So we're going to also go ahead and have ways of producing that from the rectangle. Half dims and center position. Isn't she lovely? Right, so to produce the center, it's basically like add F32 rectangle min, UI rectangle half dims, rectangle, something like that. Half dims is sub with a mol. It's just a mol. Sub max. Okay, wait. UI rectangle dims. It will be inlined. Compilers, man. They're good. Well, won't be inlined in debug builds. Let's do this. Better. Where moles for scalar as the second arg. Bam. Right, so now I've got these lovely guys. When we do our box rendering, we simply just do like, hey, can I get the center of that rectangle, please? Nice. Hey, can I get the half dimensions, please? Nice. And then we also have the ability to do a radius or something. So when you have your boxes, you can have like a little corner radius on the rendering, right? And cool. What's the other one? Shoot. Radius. So you get a nice little rounded box. And what else do we want to achieve? Right, so that doesn't actually draw a shape, right? You have to finish it. So you say draw, finish, and then you put in a center position. So really this is actually a local space position. So we're just gonna local space 0 that. That's where your center position goes. Because your draw command can be comprised of multiple shapes, and it's a sign distance field based system. So you can join shapes together, subtract shapes, do all sorts of lovely good stuff. But we also want to color this thing in, right? So the problem is we want to be able to, your box is going to want to have a border. It's going to want to have, so you have a radius, you have a border, you have a background color and a border color. So that's a lot more parameters. So realistically what you want is some form of box styling, and you pass that in, and you can have it some global somewhere, you can share it around and just get it passed in. So I think we will just roll with having a style which is specific for a box. And then when you have buttons and things, you can have another one. It's just specific for this game, right? So we don't have to worry about... Yes, I think this should be fine for this. Let's just have it all grouped in. Like, you could just have one type of style though, right? And you can say, well, what happens if it's active? Yeah, because then it's shareable amongst all the things. Yeah, I think this is better. So have one style, and the style is going to be like, well, what is your radius, right? What is your... do we have like a UI color right now? We should probably have like a UI color. See, color can be more of a... Do I have like a core color somewhere? I don't have it. See, I've done one of these before and it's pretty decent. This is it. I already have this in the shared. I think I shared this between CPU and GPU, surely. Right, let's go in the shared between the CPU and GPU. Got a nice little color thingy. Let's get that boy in there. Now that's obviously not really a good name, so I call it color rate. I don't know. 8 bits. Eight bits per channel, maybe. Who? Because it could just be called color 32. 32-bit color. That's probably better naming, not gonna lie. Damn, I'm so happy with this term. See, I think what you're experiencing in Raymarch is, you know, you've woken up in a parallel universe where the terminology was flipped. You know, it's a bit like waking up in the universe where you thought left was left and you know, right, you know, the right was right, but it turns out left is right and right is left. You know. Yep, parallel universe switching happens all the time. Right, so I think we'll have this color 32 thing. Should be better to read, I think. So we have like color 32, right? You have like, oh, this is your background color, BG color, FG color. But then this stuff kind of responds on different states, right? So you have this like widget state thing. Well, maybe not. So you want to have like, that's the standard one. And you want to have like, well, what happens when it's focused? What happens when it's active? Well, what happens when it's disabled, right? And there's obviously priority in these things, right? And then, so this ought to be good enough for now, but we can obviously extend that and make it better. So the styling doesn't really need to go into widget at all, but it does need to go into here. And then, you know, we're only taking 3 parameters, we're not taking in like 500. So I think that's a good solution. We can share it across every single widget, basically. And if we need more stuff like scroll bar this, scroll bar that, maybe we can just chuck it in there. All custom for our game. It can just be global and, you know, different, you know, we can, yeah, it should be fine. Should be pretty good. So let's take advantage of this style thing. Where I've got too many tabs open. This is not what Vim is designed for. Right, so we've got a thing called a style now. So we can literally say, right, style, radius. Ta-da. So now what about coloring it in? Oh, shoot. We didn't do a border, did we? So, border color. Right, all configurable, different things. Pretty good. So, what you'll do there is you shall say, if, so you'll do like a back, yeah, so if style border color, so it's not, so if it has them, it's not black, or not completely transparent rather. What you're going to do is you're going to use that coloring operation, draw color, color bordered. So if your inner color, border thickness. Whoops, I missed another one. So also with the thickness, you see, the thickness might change when you focus it. It's quite interesting. So these would kind of been nicer as an enum, and then you can sort of just like iterate. Well, you can index into it, right? Those would be nicer as an enum, so you can index into it. But then also I'm thinking like, but then it kind of sucks that we haven't got state where, like, to help animate it, you know. So yeah, I don't think we'll be able to animate this with the current system we've got, but it's kind of fine. So this state thing that we've got, this widget state, right? We have two versions. We need to have a sort of consolidated, a version which is, I forgot the word now, but it's like sort of compiled down into, or compressed down, flattened into. There's a state flags version, and there's a state version. So this is just an array. So what you can do is you can say, get me the state flags. Which would be quite useful. And why have I got comments on the implementation of this? It's not good. Cool, so we've got some state flags now. So we want to have a way of like, so when we make the widget, I'll get back to this. Oh, Hexstump, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. How's it going, guys? Welcome to the stream. How are we doing? So currently writing a UI, UI system for our game. Pure immediate mode. So you've been over immediate mode UIs. We're doing that. So we've spent the past few streams making like a renderer for UI using nothing but compute shaders. So we've tested like a whole screen full of buttons, right? Done a performance test on that. We've got like a crazy flexible SDF renderer. So yeah, we're just getting the basics in like boxes and buttons right now. Getting like input logic all sorted out, that sort of thing. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away and I'll happy answer. But how did the stream go, Hexstump? So the flags get set. Boom. Come on, what was going on there? Huh. Focus state flags. You do exist. Oh, widget state flags. Did I do the wrong one? Shoot. Right. Crap. Right, let's delete that. Return GUI to widget state flags. Okay. So when we make our widget, the widget, Cool. It's okay. Working on a Game Boy emulator. Amazing. Such a good project. That's cool. Yeah. Is that your first emulator or your first sort of like assembly sort of, you know, like virtual machine you're doing type of deal? Okay, I was right on the widget. Okay, it's good. So now I want to like compress it down into this thing. So to do that, I want to take priority, right? So you're saying if widget flags and so if it's disabled, that's the first one, right? So you go, wait a minute, I've got to use the flags. Screw these things. State flags. Shoot. No, that's fine. What is this one then? So yeah, if it has disabled, you're now widget state disabled. Oh, effort. So after disabled, you're now... The next one is active. That's the other one of priority. Is active, then it's focused. And then the final one is none. That's right, isn't it? Just else none. Sweet. So now we set that up properly, we can now go back to our style. And with the styling, we should just be able to have arrays now. Wait, where is it? This one. Want to have a count at the end. So now what we can do in our style is have lovely arrays of these guys. So you say, hey, based on do you want to have arrays for every property, or do you want to have an array? An array of styles passed in, because at the end of the day, every property could change. So just put it. Yeah. So you pass in styles. A pointer to an array of styles. Now, it's not easy to make that type safe though. You could UI state style, stated styles, style. Right, so we can delete all this now, which makes it a lot more digestible. So I think the idea is you want to pass in a pointer to a bunch of styles. So they have to be declared. There's not really an easy way to do it. You can wrap it in a structure. Yeah, I think wrapping a structure to be type safe. So say like styles. I don't like one letter bit differences. But fine for now. States. Count. Yeah. So we'll pass around the styles. We'll pass in the styles, yeah? Not a fan of one letter differences for names of things. Right, here we go. So what we have is the ability to do this, right? Style equals the address of styles states. Then we get the current state of the widget. So the current state of the widget is UI widget state. Grab that, boom. Game without an engine must not be a racing game. Boom. How's it going, God Frequency? How you doing? Welcome back. Right, so now we can finally get our colors and all that sorted out. So style, right? It was background color, right? Style, border color, right? Style, border thickness, right? Then if you don't have a border, we're going to just want a plain solid color of background color. Then you finish your render. So that is the rendering code mixed in with the box. Okay. Right, so let's just put a bunch of boxes on the screen, shall we? That's the next objective. Have you seen the Engine Simulator guys' videos? No, I have not. Could have been an electric car racing game, motor instead of an engine. Last time we had 2 circles, I believe. Yeah, now we've got many circles. We've got like a way to create like all these SDF shapes now. You know, you can we've got like this really neat API that allows us to like construct different shapes. We've got gradients, we've got texturing, subtraction, unions, you know, just outline the edges and stuff. We've got like this ridiculous like tile-based renderer using compute shaders, still the rendering. We tried to optimize it as much as possible. That's about the TLDR. So we're just in the immediate mode user interface right now. We kind of have had an immediate mode rendering API as well, actually. But yeah. He made a car rigid body fluid simulation to generate better car sound for his game. Wow. That's fun. That's funny. Yeah, it's probably funny to simulate stuff like that. Pretty hardcore. I like it. I like it. So rightio. So we should be able to do. So we've got to define like a style somewhere now, which is like proper, kind of annoying. But anyway, styles. So we'll say like box style. It could be more than a box, right? But anyway, we'll so you'll say like UI state default. So you kind of want to do one and keep it be a oh no. Widget state. So for no state. See, the problem is things are just gonna become. Let's get background color in. Let's make it white. Wait. Make it red. Cool. Excuse me. Yeah, so the only issue is we can't get animation unless you mutate the style itself. Maybe. We'll think about that. Right, so we'll put in, we need the rectangle, right? So in a way to get the window rectangle, so we'll get that. GUI dot window rect. So when you do a frame start, GUI dot window rect. It's basically this one, right? Just with window rect. Because the clip will get mutated, whereas the window will not. So we should now in the main be able to say UI rectangle rec equals UI window rec. So maybe that could have got returned outside, but it's just useful to be able to call it multiple times to do many layers, for instance, I guess. So right, so you pass in the rectangle. So when you draw in this box, let's just draw it, cover the whole screen, right? We'll get a border. Border color, we'll make it green. No, maybe not green, make it blue. Well, purple, I guess. Then border thickness, let's do 16 pixels. So we've got this style here, so then we can say, right, this is our rectangle. Take the address of that, please, and voila. Then we also want to take the, what else do we want to do? We want to take in the style. So take in the box style, take the address of that, bam. So then we say end. So you can also just draw boxes, right? That would kind of be nice, wouldn't it? So box, maybe you don't want to have stuff. Yeah, maybe you just want to have a way to do, you just put a box up. Maybe you want to know if it's visible or not as well. But it does the start and the end for you. Oh, it's still going, okay. So if it's visible, we might not worry about pushing and popping stuff on the stack. Because that's what IMGUI does, right? Is it wants you to not call end if it wasn't. I don't know if I like that, to be honest. Behavior, I'm not sure. But I only want you to call end if because you don't have to put it on the stack and then hash. I have to make a flight sim in Unity in order to call it will disappear. Did I develop a pseudocode or diagram for the game you build as you go? So currently now I'm just building all the stuff I need to start prototyping in this code base. So we're just getting the essentials in effectively. So we've got a GPU abstraction. We've got a way to render UI now. We're about to get a way to put some actual buttons up on the screen and that. We've got gamepad support. Right, I'm getting all the essentials in that allows us to prototype with the rendering. And then after we've done the rendering, we're going to figure out what game we want to make. Then we'll probably do some more essential engine technology. Because you don't want to have... Oh, right, so we have one of two options, right? Make the engine technology and build the game, or try and whack together a simple prototype that will throw everything away and then rebuild it again. So yeah, we might do, it depends, right? We've got to figure that one out. So So I might have like a throwaway file which I literally just do everything in and just basically do a clean re-implementation that is multi-threaded or whatever, right? A second time over. So yeah, well, that's the sort of plan at the moment. We're just going as we go right now. Yes, I think we'll do the visibility check first. It's probably best. Now the visibility check. Clip rectangle at the end, visibility check. We can avoid all of this. And I guess the music is just quiet, I can't hear it in my end. Okay, so do the visibility check first. We'll do what IMGUI does, right? Visible. So if not visible, return visible. We'll do that. Very nice. So box. So if visible, box end. Styles. UI box end. Then return visible. Cool. So now we can just use this guy. I just want to put boxes up on the screen. Done. So we should be able to go into here. Just basically call box like that. Just puts the box up. So we'll just make a box which covers the whole screen. We also might want to be able to make margins and paddings of things via this sort of... Yeah, we've got to think about that. Maybe that's in the style. But yeah, we'll have a look at that. Right. So that should hopefully be everything we need. So we should see a box which covers the whole screen. Bearing in mind, I do want to go into the graphics code. And we want to remove, okay, all of this debug drawing stuff that we're doing. Now, one thing is, so this is all the test code we've got. I want to disable it all. I want to keep it here though, and the reason is because I want to make a video on how the UI rendering system works. So I want to keep that debug stuff here so I can sort of like take more pictures, I can edit it and do little like nice visuals for the video that I want to do about it, right? So we'll keep that around. So, you know, we just simply like take the list of draw commands, upload that to the GPU and all the words and the clip words and everything, right? Jobs are good. And then we'll also just do the rendering, do the dispatches and, you know, dispatch the compute shaders. Dispatch the chunking, the tile binning, and then the actual UI rendering. So jobs are good and right. So things could crash. Oh, they are going to crash. I don't want to crash my... Shoot. Let me move this rectangle. I might put the rectangles part of core, screw it. Yeah, things are going to crash actually. I need to go into the shaders file and fix it up. Let's just quickly rejigger all this. I don't know, was that a good idea? Maybe it would have been better if all of this stuff was moved down. This isn't really core, it's a way of obtaining state and manipulating things. So it could probably go here. It's kind of rendering this. Let's rework that a bit. Move that into the draw side of things. Right, it's kind of internally stuff. Under the finish. Then all these sort of guys here. Go there. Sweet. Nothing called window rectangle? What are you talking about? It's right there. I didn't do return. I really like it as Rust code. Ugh. 2D game? Nah, it's gonna be 3D game. So we're just doing some 2D UI first, because you gotta start with 2D, right? Gotta start with 2D rendering. So there is gonna be a bug in the chunk binning, because we made it so that the UI likes to produce back to front ordered draw commands, but the UI rendering system wants front to back. So you basically just index it backwards, but because I'm indexing it backwards, I need to take one. That's what was missing. Right. So index backwards. As the UI system produces back to front ordered draw commands, but the GFX-CS UI render shader wants front to back ordered draw commands for early out to early out at alpha greater than equal to 1. Boom. Voila, right, so if the stream goes down, it's because the rendering system crashed. But it shouldn't. Because we're good, right? Let's give it a go. Right, so it crashed in the CPU, so all good. Attempting to call draw information before end is called. Yeah, that's because the frame end didn't go and do its job properly. It didn't pop off the stack. And then pop off the ID stack, because that's how we tell if we've started or ended, basically. Cool, so apparently we're rendering now, but I see absolutely nothing. So one way we can debug this is we need to go to UI shared, and we can enable some debugging options. So let's debug the chunks and see if we see any visualization of a chunk. Right, so we see no visualization of the chunks. So we're not binning anything. Wait a minute. I don't know actually what's going on. Let's have a think. So in a box, right? Every frame. It shouldn't have any state. We put background, we put border. Bear in mind we should also 2 seconds. And so not that. It's just made a bit better rise thickness as well. kind of contributes to that. So we definitely do this, but it might not be visible. That could be the issue. So we'll look into that. So we'll do a nice core breakpoint and we'll follow it through, right? Oh, whoops. So core breakpoint. Put the breakpoint down. So we'll hop into GF. Help us out, please. So we're gonna hop in. All right, so there's our rectangle. It's infinity. That's not right, is it? On the min. So that's already something wrong. Whoops. I swear I made this 0. I must have pressed the undo button. Right, so that's something wrong. Let's just run it through the debugger and follow it through because it's kind of useful. So looking good. Let's keep going. Let's hop into the here. So did we get visible? We got visible. So it's gonna be rendering. Okay. So but let's restart that again just to I want to follow it through in the internals here. So we get the style. Wait, what do we get the style? Oh, sorry. Right. Okay. So we're going to box start. I thought it was in box start initially. Right, now we're into widget start. All these layers. So it's visible. It pushes on the ID stack. Computes a hash. Bam. Good. Shouldn't be focusable. None of that applies. This will get skipped. Yep. Sets that to none. Perfect. Sets to none. Good. Clip rectangle. Full screen. Good, good, good. Visible. Fantastic. So that's all going pretty good. And then we got a border. Very good. Got a border. Should take a look at that style quick. So that style has the numbers that we've supplied, right? It's good. Then we finish our render. I don't know what that returns, to be fair, but anyway, we'll carry on. So then we end, widget end, does a pop on the stack. Good. Sweet, so that should render us a good frame. Should we take a look in the render frame just for a second? So it does all the uploading. Our UI draw commands count is one draw command. That's perfect. So it should be rendering on the screen. So let's take that for a spin. Please don't crash. Oh yeah, UI people. So there we go. So here's our box that we've rendered. Purple border and red, background. It's clearly beautiful, right? The radius, however, is horrible. It's on the out. It doesn't show up. So for some reason, I was expecting it to so if we reduce the rectangle min, if we sort of like up that by maybe like 10 pixels, or we up it by 16 pixels, right? We'll do that. Excuse me. If this works, we've got a bit of a problem in the rendering code. It's not working. Right, so I'm not seeing any radius. Oh, we didn't put any radius on, that's why. Very good. There's a lovely little style. Okay, so we've got some rounded corners. Isn't she beautiful? Very nice. So, right. So obviously the thing you just noticed is we don't have any margin and padding. and stuff like this, right? That's something that we definitely want to have. But for now, what I want to test is the logic where we have the focused logic, right? So if it's focused, maybe we expect it to if it's focused in any way, we expect what do we expect exactly? Let's say if it's focused, we change the let's make it green instead, the background. And then if it's active, what we're going to do is make the background, we'll make the background and border flip colors, right? Just flip the other way. So we'll just do this as a simple test to make sure that input logic is working. So we'll make a button, right? So should we quickly wire these guys in as well, buttons? There'll be basically no time. So they're like the box, right? So you want to have like something like that. See the text one, I'm not sure. We can do the text, to be fair. But let's just not worry about the text just yet. Yes, so we should just be able to take these guys. We care about visibility, don't we? It's not visible, don't render it. See, the problem with the clip rectangle is not restoring it as well. I've just realized that. That's really bad. Right, I need to sort that one out. There's a bug with the clip rectangle. It's super bad. So the button will probably do a box. Right, so let's just... See, this is a problem with trying to reuse code, you see. And this is why you might tell it to render a background. That sort of thing. Maybe it is good to pass in background, then it renders a background. And then you can do whatever you want on top of it. Maybe we do have a flag which says render a background. Because everything will want that, basically. Yeah. Let's do that as sensible for this case. Render BG. So we'll just say, hey, can you just render a background for us? This code here now gets taken into the widget start. So right at the end here, we're visible. So we're just going to say, hey, if the flags are UI widget flags, render background. We'll get the style. Now you don't have the styles passed in yet. So you need to have the styles passed in as well. Styles. Style passed in just there. So now the bottom of UI widget start, we can now say, hey, if we want to render a background, it's just shared code amongst all the things because most things are just boxes, right? So you can just have that happen. So I guess, what's the point of having box exist? I guess just a quick way of doing widget start with a flag in it, I guess. So this will probably just return that now. And he's passing the style, by the way. Good. So this button one is you're asked for it to render background, but also can you you're pressable, right? I can press you and then you become active. Very nice. So let's upgrade this to a button. So now it should be interactive because we've got all the logic in there now, right? So we say, hey, can you do a button start for me? We'll do a button end as well. What's the third one again? Oh, it needs an ID, doesn't it? Whoops. So that's one with an ID. Right. So that ought to be good enough. We'll do an end. Button end. Doom. Compile. Let's give it a run and see how interactive it is. Button that covers the whole screen. We're getting absolutely nothing right now. Cry face. Right, so let's see why. Let's debug these issues and see what we can do to make this work. So we've got this pressable thing, right? So we should be going. So we've got the pressable flag. Oh, wait, did we not say it's focusable there? That's the thing, right? It's focusable, you know? That's probably the reason. Right. So let's follow this thing around. So it all starts here, right? Do we get this? So the thing to keep note of, right, is the ID hash consistent? That's step number one. Right, it's consistent, right? It doesn't change. That's what we need to know for this, because we've only got one widget right now, so we're just testing this stuff out. So the next thing is like, you know, does it contain the point? Yes. Do we see yes? No, we don't. So this point, what is the point? Right, so mouse, position, D, something like that, yeah? Let's put it out here first. Why are we getting all these damn errors everywhere? Right, so as you can tell, mouse position gets updated and it is amazing. So it works, right? I'm glad that still works. So contains point is clearly failing us, or the rectangle is bad. So we want rectangle min x, rec min y, rec max x, rec max y. Now we should probably make, you know, simple ways of debugging a rectangle, but yeah, if we start doing this more, we'll do it. You know, it is actually probably quite handy. Right, so as you can tell, it's the dimensions of the, you know, 0 is the min and dimensions of the screen. Jobs are good, and so the problem is clearly this contains point. It is probably inverted logic or something. So greater than. So you mean less than. Okay, inverted logic, no worries. There we go, folks, look at this. So the issue is when it goes off the screen, we're not getting any like the mouse left. So it's stuck on the edge. So if the mouse goes off the screen, so you want to know like, so if it's mouse focused, you probably want to do like -1. If not, right? So we won't. Was it mouse focus now? Right, let's print that out again. We got -1, right? So why is that collided? That should not be collided there. Yeah, so it's not. So we're getting some form of like dangling state. The state's not being updated or something like that. So why then? So the question now is like, what is this? Like it's left in a hovered state. Yeah, so it gets left in a hovered state. So something to do with this function here, not like, so you say is mouse focused and, So we're not like unsetting this somehow, I guess. Right, so the start of the frame we want to make sure that we... Yeah. So the start of the frame we want to make sure that the next focus is nothing. And we'll let... Hi Phantom, how you doing? You creating a game engine? Nah, it's game without an engine. But yeah, we're creating the engine part of the game. And there we go, guys. Look, it's a button. So when I press it, it flashes the inverted color. So it's not... We're not doing held though. So why are we so active? So if it's pressable, it should be active so long as it is... No, active is like when you press it the first time. No. Active is purely how you want to do styling. So how the way it should work is widget start RD, where is it? So if held. So the held thing isn't working for some reason. Dum 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 dum. So let's just debug it, right? See the number. Press. I'm holding it down, but it's not doing anything, right? There's a release that happens. So there's something to do with like the so you got mouse focus, right? Has been pressed, is pressed. keyboard focus. So the keyboard focus might be being on. So you press, has been pressed, set the keyboard focus next frame to me, right? And then this one's not firing here. So we're gonna go here and just be like, yes. Right, so we should see yes as long as we're holding the mouse down. See, we're holding it, stays there. So that's working. But it's not keyboard focus, so we'll change it down to there. Right, so it just blinks there. So it's not keyboard focus. So you should come into here, right? Do you get a yes that blinks up, right? So I click here. It does blink because you see this sort of stuff changing. So it sets it for the next frame. Oh. Wait, does the oh, only the mouse one needs to be cleared each frame. Is the music still going? Super quiet mind, I guess. Yeah, so only the mouse one needs to be cleared if every frame. The keyboard one stays, and so does the gamepad. Right, that's the reason why. Sweet, so hold it down, it flips the colors. That green looks... Should be seeing green on the outside. Just double check that's our mistake. I dropped an 0 there. For some reason. There you go. Sweet, so we can click it. Right, we can... Wait, why did it... What? Is keyboard focused now? Oh, that's... Yeah, it became keyboard focused. So, okay, so when I clicked it, it became keyboard focused. Yep, that makes sense. So now if I press the space button, it also presses the button as well. So it's pretty sweet. Right, so we have buttons now, guys. That's simple, right? So we also have ways of laying stuff out. So should we lay out a few buttons and get those working? So let's just lay out them. Just, you know, so let's lay out a few vertically, a few horizontally. So the way we would do that is... So you would say something like UI rec cut. See, I said up. Top is a better name. Right, so you take in the address of that rectangle and how much you cut it by. Well, we'll do 100 pixels. Right, we'll throw in a... Nice. So do one button there. Let's do another button. Right, let's do another button. And now we're going to start cutting to the left. One button, another button. Then we'll cut to the right and have one on the right hand side. Okay, there you go. So it's all going to be a bit... Hey there, Happy Rose and Rob. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So hopefully this doesn't crash. Let's see. Oh. Oh. Why did that do that? I was expecting success. Oh, because some of them are not visible. then it's probably why. Whoopsie daisy. I don't know why some of these are not visible. We should inspect that. But there should be enough room for all of these to be on there. Right, so we only have got one room for one for some reason. So not a good. Right, let's get that debug function in. Just want to just print out this rectangle for me, please. Give me a name for it. Right. We're gonna need this in user code a lot. So just handy if we don't have to write printf. I need to get the standard IOs. So name, rectangle name, F3 something like that ought to be good enough. Maybe 2 really. Well, you can probably get away with one maybe. So we need a name. Recmin .x y max. Right, so we just want to debug that rectangle. So it's just rectangle print. Pass in a rec. I want to pass in a rec and see what it looks like. One thing I like about C++ is just being able to write print thing for debug printing. Yeah, because you get the overloads, doesn't it? So you can overload anything. But the problem is with that is you'd have to write a function for it, right? You can't. Can you get it to work on POD structures automatically? Is that a thing? Excuse me. Right, so for some reason I'm not seeing this. Did we see it once and then it stop? All the living what is going on? No. We're not seeing it at all. Why not? Why's that? I'm printing you out, man. Oh, there we go. It didn't compile for some reason. Right, so we should see the next one. It's the clipping rectangle, isn't it? That's why. Yeah, so the problem is we're not restoring the clipping rectangle. I knew that bug existed, and then I just completely forgot about it. Right, so you need a clip rec stack. So like the ID stack, do a clip rec stack. Pretty easy. UI rectangle, clip rec stack. Jobs, good one. Alright, so every place where we do this, we do the other one. Right. So we initialize the array. Then when we do a widget start, we push on the clip rec, the current clip rec. No, by default, I'm pretty sure Clang will have something like dump strut, preprint strut maybe, as some extension maybe. Ooh, nice. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, it's an extension though, but it's good for debugging though, if it's only available on some platforms. Well, every platform supports Clang now, right? That people care about for game dev at least. Or a print that formats basic args just by %. Nice. In C with generic. Pretty handy for stuff. Some macro expansion bloat, but don't mind for a quick print. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I remember doing that before actually, but I didn't do it. I forgot about it because I started writing libraries. That's the problem. Yeah, I should bring that back. That's a good idea. Because I can make it work for my vectors as well, can't I? I got my vector types. I can literally just dump that in. That would be amazing. Just like debug var. Done. Glorious at it again. Yeah, we should get that in. That'd be good. Let's make this button thing work and we'll do a quick one of those. What? What are you talking about? Oh, I haven't got a core stack defined with that. Right. Jobs are good, and so I just want to find where we use that again. Here to restore it. So you are kind of retaining some state here per UI, but it's only when you go down and back up. For like one extra thing, right? So you want to get the one at the end, right? Get last, and then you pop it. Jobs are good, and there you go. See, there's the rectangle layout. Can you see in action, right? Let's go over the code. So here was able to like basically cut top for 1, 2, and 3 of them. Yeah. There's 2 on the left and there's 1 on the right. So we cut top, cut top, cut top, cut left. So here's the remaining rectangle, right? Cut left, cut right. So you can build all these nice, like easy layouts you can do. Just all in the user code without any sort of complex stuff in the back end, basically. There's buttons, guys. Built-in dump strut seems to be the Clang function. Oh, nice. So that means that's available in C as well, right? Right? Some printf func. Fair play. Const expir. Right. Do compile time as well. Oh, gotta love me some const expir. Pretty good. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? We can use that. We can literally dump that in as a macro. Just dump it into core, man, you know? Gotta include standard IO, I guess. But we could. So we've got a logging system. The problem is it's not working with printf though. It's not got printf function prototype. It's got to take some extra bells and whistles, which is a bit problematic. Because I ain't got the printf working on Windows. Core debug print. So I guess we can debug print. So you can't really do any pointer. No. With generic. But yeah. If you use it to define one already, it's going to be an error, right? Yeah, but you can forward declare it. So there's two versions of it. There's define and declare. So you can forward declare it, so you can use it as a pointer, or you can use define, but you have to put it in the right place where you're not going to do it more than once. But that's fine though, because you know we're not writing any library code. But if you are using if it's a library based thing, it might be a little bit more silly, right? You might have to make sure you put it in the right library, and if you've got to make sure you have access to actually write code in that library, you know. But yeah, it's got to be careful. Yeah, being able to like debug print some sort of value. It's really silly that it's strut. Why didn't they allow you to debug print like? Why didn't they allow you to dump anything with this? You know. Should be a pointer to a strut. If it's callable, well, it should be some callable function. Printf compatible format string and the corresponding arguments. So it could work with my log. Oh no, it won't. See that X out? How's it getting the out? How's it getting the X out? Right, so that's interesting. Right. So I see how it's working now. These args are for the ones that come before the format and that. So it can really work with my logging system as well. Because they happen at the end, right? So we can pass all that in. That's pretty interesting. It would be cool though if it works some more stuff in structures. Yeah, that would be handy. Let's just test it out for a sec. At v. Hey Swing Funk, how you doing? I did not realize this thing existed. It's pretty insane. Right, so if we imagine we did like core print. The problem is you won't get like a name printed before it, but I guess you can just double do that. Holy moly. Look at that. Ugh. It's pretty amazing. So what happens if you just did like Pointed to a strut, damn it. Whoa ho ho, thank you so much for the subs, guys. Name's lower. Names loser reloaded, whatever. Names and Namen's loser reloaded, I think that is. Thank you so much. Appreciate the subs for everybody. It's hard to pronounce your name. How do I pronounce your name, sir? I remember pronouncing it before. And then I lost it. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the subs there. Very generous of you, sir. Very generous. So if all those people just got a sub, you'll be able to download the code and have a play. Runs on Linux and Windows. Just join the Discord there and you'll be able to take a gander. It's okay if you call me David. Thank you, David. Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it, sir. Let's give you the Bulmer salute. What's the game? We haven't got a game yet. We haven't got a game idea yet. We're doing that bit after we've done some 3D R&D. Well, we're making a game without an engine, but yeah, we're writing the engine part first. That's the plan. So I think we could do like a generic thingy. Use the generic thing. Do all this basic stuff. Basic ints and that. And then just generic strut the rest of it. I don't know if you could do pointers though. Just do good old C generic. Do like V. Right, and you'll do something like int printf d int what else? Unsigned int. Okay, so int long. So it's ZD. No, ZD, LD. Unsigned. U and then U, right? So you might do like a printf v equal, well not v, but you know this, and you just do like v stringify v, right? So you do like you probably won't debug pointers, but you could do, right? I don't know if a pointer would work, but let's try it. Void star p cast into void star. Oh, it's a bit questionable. Maybe it won't work. And then you'll have a default. So let's see how well this works. Right, so we just put E in there, but that should have gone through this system and realized it's an int, right? Maybe I got my generic a bit wrong. Yeah, games, click the buttons right now. We click button. I have to head back to work now. Thank you for always learning and teaching others. Stay healthy. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No worries. It's all pretty good fun and enjoyable, you know. It's stuff I enjoy doing, so yeah, just gonna keep doing it, you know. But yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a great day at work. Why you no worky? Why you no worky? What is going on? What is going on? What the living? What is going on? So C11 generic, right? One of the most weirdest features ever in C. Ooh. Oh, you need to call it. Derp. Do you? No, don't need to call it. That's just saying you can do function pointers. Yeah, that's just saying you can do function pointers. Well, not function pointers, but you can do it with function decals as well. Should be... Specifies type long, but argument has type int. Right, so it was doing it right. Oh shoot, it's trying to interpret is it trying to render it for the same one. Damn it. Right, so I have to cast it into a long to get around the error checking. Oh my days, really? What piece of garbage? Hot garbage. It's alright, we can fix it. Unsigned. Long. Time to make more hot garbage. Then this one you just basically cast the pointer into some random structure. We've got a structure here, right? I wonder if it doesn't like unions, maybe. What about cast up to unit pointer T? Or that will compile. But not everything goes into there. Structures won't, will they? So you can't make it do all of them. It's just not possible. Yeah, so I guess we could just say debug print basic debug print strut. Bloody horrendous. Bear in mind you want to do this before it. Yeah, primitive maybe it's just a bit longer. I've already got long names. Right, so it should just be able to say debug print. It's a bit long. Not gonna lie. But also, I've got a weird inconsistency, see? We should really clean this up later. Not now, though. The problem is on Linux, we have printf working, but on Windows we don't. So we have the logging system for that, so we can log out to files. So it's really strange. But I need to find I need to be consistent about it, because it's not great. I know I don't use Windows, but we should have something consistent across the two platforms. Oh, trailing commas. You can't have trailing commas in generic. You have print strut, which will then just be the A rectangle, right? So let's try that out. Hey there, Bonnie Montana, how's it going? Wow, 23-month streak. Look at that. Thank you, sir, for the sub. Appreciate it, sir. So yes, all these two lovely little ways of debug printing now without any effort. Thank you guys for that. That's really sensible knowledge. You know, we get structures, any structure printed out. And it even supports unions. Pretty good. So what will we do? So now we can get rid of that debug print crap in there. It just doesn't need to exist anymore because we got this core print basic for debugging. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing either. I usually know quite a lot of intrinsic stuff, but I didn't see that one there. It's pretty useful. Oh no. Ooh. I use that after allocating a console in Windows. Right, so you do alloc console and you do that, it gets printf working. Interesting. Well, so you meant to call alloc console and then call that, and then it remaps standard out to that. Yeah, I need to get something like that working. But does alloc console open up a window? Oh, trash of... Sorry, I didn't know... Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Isn't it hard to write C code with abstractions and generics? So you can write abstractions, you just have functions. Generics, you don't really need them except for arrays, really, and hash tables, stuff like that. But you know, there is a VOD channel where the first, like, I think stream 10 to 14, we basically implemented all of those. So you check out the VOD channel. We did some past streams on that. So we do have our own arrays and that in C without generics. Yeah, generics, they're not really needed like anywhere else in the code, so it's just better if you don't have them in a language, really, you know. But yeah, look at that good progress, right? We've got buttons, boxes, styling, right? Different widget states, you know, things are coming together. You know, it's not the prettiest thing right now, but it's something. And you can make a game out of this, as people were saying, right? You've got keyboard support, so it's good. So in the next stream, I guess we want to try and do... What else do you want to try? Maybe look at the styling some more, get some margin and padding, right? Make the full button, you know, button with an image in it, button with text in it. We also probably want to get a text widget. We want to get a what else do we want to get? Probably a list widget, right? So as you're seeing here, we probably wouldn't be spending like massive amounts of streams on this. We should be able to get a lot of widgets just in really easy. And the overall UI backend system is going to be pretty minimal, right? You know, we just whipped together a lot of stuff today. We got all these sort of state things in. We got this lovely rectangle system to lay out widgets really easy. We've started on like this widget thing with a box and a button, so should be able to get a lot of them in pretty quick. Alloc console, it will create a separate window. Fair play. I was trying to hopefully avoid that, but I guess in debug mode, I guess just do it, you know. Thank you. I'll jot that. We'll chuck that in. I can't chuck that in the Windows thing without testing it, so I've got to drop it somewhere. Where can I do? I can drop it in there commented out. Source OS win Windows. We can do it in the main function, right? Win main. Bob's your uncle. Look at that. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So, to do, you know, use this to get printf working. So next time we're on Windows, we'll give that a go. Thank you so much. Discord for the win. Yeah, I was going to drop it on Discord for a moment, but then I just realized I could just drop it in the code. The console. Oh, I've already got the window, right? It requires a window? What? Does it? Something like that. Get console window. Okay. Need set position. Hmm. Yeah, see, that's the other way of doing it. Output debug string, isn't it? Just a quick buffer. Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's like, it's such a difficult problem. Could be, you would expect, because you want to be able to use printf to go do that output debug string thing, but you can't, right? It's so bloody annoying. It's like you need your own printf now. Which we could do, right? And we should do that because then we avoid including standard IO everywhere, right? You know. We'll think about it. It's one of those things where it's like, when we next do an extensive bit on Windows, we should really tackle this problem first. Yeah, exactly. It needs a string. It's, yeah, so you need to sn printf it out somewhere else, and you need to sprint that boy out onto the stack, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's the way to do it. So right, I need to jam because I gotta get up kind of early. Drive into work tomorrow. I gotta drive down to Guildford and head into the office. So I will leave it there for now, guys. But I'll next be on Thursday. No, Tuesday. What is it? What am I talking about? Sunday, then. Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. GMT +1, where we're gonna wreck some UI. Gonna wreck it all. So got some basic UI, which is super cool, and we didn't bring down the GPU today, which is, you know, been a rare occasion, hasn't it? Ludum Deo Van Engine, good luck, my friend. Using Vulkan. No, I'm not sure if he's using Vulkan, that's a joke. Found another chat, exactly. Radio. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good start to the work week. Have a good start to the school week, whatever situation you're in. And I'll see you all in a future stream. Right. Thank you, everyone. Catch you later.